We're here for part 2. Lots to still go through tonight. Lots that we haven't seen in a while, including Jaybells' niece coming on. We're going to finish with the professor. And I believe the professor might have been on 2 nights. I don't know. I have to see. To go back and revisit this. Linda thought this was a Grinch rug. I could see where she thought that, but that is not a Grinch rug. That is that bridge that went across that abandoned resort that she lied about, that she said she went to. And then after, when she got caught in that lie, she said that she slept with that brochure from the Pines under her pillow. Get out of here. Give me a break. This woman in the UK did not have a brochure from the Pines, which was not even some crazy, well-known resort. Like, if she wanted to even say probably Grossinger's or the Concord or the Neville. The Neville even had a commercial. The Pines didn't have a commercial. The Neville, at the Neville, you have so much to do. Okay, but yeah, they used to have one for the Neville. But come on, you're telling me you're in the UK and you're sleeping with a brochure from the Pines? Give me a break. She is just constantly thinking of whatever she has to. She gets caught in a lie. There are, finally, her mother's name is Lorraine, but she used that as someone else, okay? Let me try to, I have to get to the live. She used that for Sean as one of, might have been one of the nurses or something, and her mother was a psychiatric nurse. Okay, so this is very interesting that she has a mother that's a psychiatric nurse, and she's a sociopath, or, in my opinion, she is. Okay, can I diagnose her? No. Did I suffer from her abuse for 2 years? Yeah. And I do think she's a sociopath. It's horrendous. So let's take a look. Hi, Frilly Farmhouse. Hi, Bucky Ann. Hi, Scooter. Hi, Linda. Hi, Al. Hi, everybody that's here. And I don't know why it reverted to November 24th. And if you hear the hi, Nan Sullivan. I didn't do it. You didn't do it, Nan Sullivan. You didn't do what, Nan Sullivan? Oh, have that brochure under your pillow? No, of course not. Let me see if I can even pick up about that. The Pines Resort. And I told you, it burned to the ground. To the ground the other day. The other week. The other month. Let's see. Actually, let me see. An unexpected eulogy, somebody said, for the Pines Hotel. Here's what they said about it. They said, it happened, when did it happen? Again, you probably may recognize the place. We walked around there. It was winter, right? Here was some of what the inside looked like. It said, a quick history lesson. If you're unfamiliar with the Borscht Belt or the Jewish Alps, okay, that is where I live. That's what it's called here. It's called the Borscht Belt. It's called the Jewish Alps. It's the Catskills. Barry Manilow used to perform up here back in the day. A lot of comedians and everything, and that's what it was known for. And there were summer bungalows and colonies which were built as a safe haven where Jewish people could vacation throughout the year. And then they built these resorts. Let's see. So, so there is some guy that went there after I went there. In 2021, he went there, and he went in the summer. He lost himself, he said, and he walked all around in there. I wouldn't walk around in there. You don't know what asbestos, what kind of crap is in there, I wouldn't want to go in there. I mean, he literally, I don't even understand what he did. He climbed into things and climbed into that pool, and eesh, it makes me think I need a tetanus shot just looking at him. But apparently I might want to look at his blog because, well, it's pretty amazing, but it burned to the ground. What did you say?
I turned the heat off.
Oh my gosh, you scared me, Luke.
How?
Because you didn't look like yourself when I just turned my head. You look like a strange person. Okay, I don't know. So anyway, yeah, the pines, okay? I'll tell you what it was. These are the pictures that, of course, she saw when she sat with me when I was in by my computer, and she told me she really wanted to go there, okay? That would I take her there? She sat and told me this while she was telling me, that this is that bridge that you see, okay? That we were on, that had all the graffiti. That's what it looked like in the heyday. And that's what Jimmy was saying. Could you jump in off that? Oh, and she was saying, yeah, okay, this is where you saw us. We were there in the winter, of course. But that's where she was after that. But you see the difference, right? Okay, so yeah. Let me see. But anyway, that supposedly that this woman in the UK was sleeping with a, yeah, right, a brochure. Yep. Sure, Jaybells. Sure you were. So let's go back to where we were. Pathological liars. Where does it begin? I think we had her niece on as well. Good night, love you. Let me see here. Book club. Live after Jaybells' fake husband died. We got together to help her and she called in. So yeah, I want to look at this one too. So after her fake husband died, let me pull this one up. And we're going to go back. We're going to finish.
No.
We're going to go back to the professor.
Oh gosh, you scared me. Please don't do that.
See, look, my kids were still, or whoever was still scaring me back then. They were still scaring me. So yeah, just like what I just said now. My life is consistent.
Hey.
Look at this.
So,
2 pineapples.
so we'll see. And she was doing the registry. I was helping her.
Let's see if she's going to call in, though. I think this is where she calls in with the Russo thing.
Hello?
If it was the boy. Hello?
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 Yes, who's there?
This is Gabby. I don't mean to interrupt anything, but I'm calling.
Oh, you know what? And we have to. I forgot about Jenna. We are going to go over Fabric Queen, Jenna, all of these people that have pretended they were other people, because you guys don't even know the full story of Jenna. Okay? We found Jenna too. Remember that woman that said she had adopted all these children? Remember she was married to a British military man? She lived in Massachusetts, had a horrific accident. Do you remember this? Yeah. I was like the target for these people. Fabric Queen, we know that. We're going to go over these imposters, these scammers, because this is crazy. Craziness.
I don't know about this whole Chris Watts thing.
Who has offered
Okay.
to go there and hold her hand and stuff. So,
I'm gonna.
hey, how's it going with you?
Oh, I forgot about this one here. Lily Bell. Oh, boy. Another one. Literally, come on now. You can't say this is not a book, okay? And every one of these people can have at least 6 chapters. Jaybells can have 10, 20 chapters. This is crazy. This is insane.
Oh,
Yeah.
so at least she has a place to go.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Though she doesn't really, she said express that.
They should, considering, her situation.
Need to get some medication.
Oh, okay.
Here she comes. Now watch now. You'll see. She has a picture of her and Alessandro Russo, Dr. Russo, if you will, but it's not real. The guy's not her husband. He's not a doctor. Everything about him that she told us is fake. But she comes along, this very private person, and accidentally comes in with his laptop that says Dr. Russo.
Just let the mind rest a little, knowing that she's being well looked after and that she's
Right, and that there's a lot of people that are caring for her and about her and are willing to help.
absolutely, and that might give her
She's
a
not
boost.
alone.
Hearing that in
Yeah.
person as well.
Right. And yeah, just meeting on that neutral territory, I'd probably make her feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, that's something. Maybe you can arrange to do that. I don't know if you know the hospital. I'm sure she would tell you the hospital
Here she
that she's
comes.
at, and
Dr. A.
Just
Russo.
see-
Yeah,
Pop
I
in.
don't know all the
Hello.
Dr. A.
details and
Russo.
addresses, but I'll continue checking in with her all day today, and then suggest that maybe this afternoon I could stop by and visit her. And does she need anything? Any pajamas? Checking in with her all day today, and then suggest that maybe this afternoon I could stop by and visit her. And does she need anything? Any pajamas? Checking in with her all day today, and then suggest that maybe this afternoon.
oh wait, hang on, somebody has to mute. Oh here, okay. Let me see. Okay, yeah, that'd be good, Claire. Let me know. I gave you my number to text. Did I give you my number to text me?
No, but yeah, if you do
I will.
that, then it's very
I will. I'll
touched.
give it to you. Because sometimes I'm not in your email, and but I have my phone, so I will give that to you. And yeah, if you could try, to see if you could make just a short visit to see how she is, and
Absolutely, it'll be no trouble.
This is
at
another
all,
woman.
and I'm happy to
Another
help if I
woman she
can.
took advantage
okay,
of, Claire.
that would be
I will
good.
send the whole Ramblers love and support with me when I go.
Right. I know she knows everyone. She keeps telling me to send her thanks, and that she's a very private person usually, and I think it's very hard
Very
for her
private.
to grasp her head around what happened here, and understandably,
Yes.
but and rely on people as much as she really needs to right now.
Yeah, it's even in the worst of times, it's difficult to ask for help.
Right.
Sometimes you just have to get love bombed and accept it.
Right. That's what I told her. That's what I kept telling her. I kept saying, I love you. I'm here. Don't worry about it. The baby's going to get you through it. We've got to take care of the baby, because she was, just really totally devastated and think she could do anything. How am I going to take her? I can't do the baby. I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying the hospital is the best place for her to be. But yeah, if you could just a short visit.
Yeah, I think they'll be also maybe assessing her and see if she needs any bereavement counselling, and she'll have people stopping by regularly, because it is a bit risky given her situation and what she's just literally been hit
That's
with
funny,
and going
really
through.
fun how some of the things you remember, huh?
But she's definitely in the best place. We can all breathe a sigh of relief that she's in there.
Yeah, I know, I feel better, because she said to me tonight, she said, they're going to keep me, because she just thought she'd be overnight. And she said, they want to keep me the whole day tomorrow. And I told her, I said, look, it's the best place for you to be. It's the best place for you to be. So hopefully she'll get some rest, because I know she hasn't been sleeping, and, she slept a little bit, but then when she got up, it was worse. But she hasn't been eating and drinking the way she should. So at least she's in the best place there. But yeah, let me know. I'll send you my my number, and thank you for doing that.
It's my pleasure, and thank you for caring about your ramblers as well. It's a lovely thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I'll let you go.
Okay, all right, and I'll send you to that. I'll send you that for by the time I get off here. Thank you.
All right, great. Take
Okay.
care, everyone. Bye-bye.
You too. Lily, what's going on? Lily?
Hello,
Hi.
Karen. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Sorry. Yeah, no, you're quite welcome to talk to the others. I'm quite welcome to wait if you want, because I'm actually just need to get some medication.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's see who else we have
So
here.
yeah, I'm quite welcome to. I've got all the time in the world to.
Oh, okay. Who's under Dr. A. Russo?
See,
Are you there?
I didn't really connect that.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, it's Jaybells.
Oh my goodness.
I think I must be on my I'm on my husband's laptop, so this must be.
How are you doing, honey?
I just been listening for a little while.
And how's the baby?
Doing better. Yeah. They are trying to. They mentioned if he I guess does not settle down, then they're thinking of inducing, but they're trying to allow me for him to settle on his own rather than rush into that, because
I guess she thought this
I'm not
stammering,
quite ready for
because she
for
did
that.
this whenever.
Right.
I wanted to say thank you to everyone, and please, no, it is really well received, and I am being supported with the services here. I just there are actually so many services, but I just need a little bit of time. I think a few days or something, because it's all quite a lot at the moment for me to have to. I mean, to me, it just happened. I mean, I still actually don't believe it, and I don't think something like counselling would work immediately. I just really need to sleep, actually.
I know, yeah, that's the best thing. So are they giving you something to help you sleep there?
They have, yeah. They can only be mild. They don't want to give me anything
Too strong, right?
potentially harmful or anything like that. I know people are concerned, and I am really sorry if I worried anyone.
Yeah, it's not your fault. Don't worry about it.
I am very, very nervous, and just trying to wrap my head around it. And so if I'm not being forthcoming or anything. Please know I'm very grateful.
You're fine, and everybody knows you're so grateful. I've told them.
I just wanted to come on to say that people were overly worried. Okay, thank you for reaching out and all these kind thoughts. I am trying to put together this list. I have to say, when I am looking at it, you've given me some great ideas, but I feel like.
Do you want me to do it for you? Someone said, I could set it up for you, and then you can look at it.
There's so much stuff, and they're all different types of one thing, and I admittedly am an idiot and really have not.
You're not. You're a first-time mom. Yeah, you're a first-time mom. It's everybody. Yeah.
Happened that I put it off far too long. So.
If you want me to help you set it, like they said, I could set one up for you, and then you could look at it, and at least if there's some things in there, you could change it if you want, or you know what I mean, or we could talk about it. But would you like me to get that started for you?
I mean, I don't want to take up your time with that.
Oh, it's fine. I could set it up, and then I could send you a link, and you can look at it. At least you have something to work with then.
Yeah, I think that would, but I really don't.
Elle, that's because you already know the outcome, and you're listening to it after the fact.
I can do that. I can. Maybe if I just have the
hindsight is 20/20.
This here, this is all you need. Buy it. I can do that. I will be able to do that.
I think people want to get you a gift, just like you would get any friend or a gift for the baby. So let people do this. I think a lot of people want to do this. I know I want to get you something.
But I mean, I don't.
It's a virtual baby shower. Look at it that way.
It feels wrong.
No, think of it as a virtual baby shower. Okay. All right.
I just wanted to. Say thank you very much, and I really appreciate all your help.
Yeah, would it help you to have someone to sit with you, hold your hand?
Oh, here's another one. Here's another one. This is Welker. Oh boy.
Just kind of.
Hi, Jaybell. My name's Debbie, calling from Australia.
Hi.
I've been through what you're going through. I wasn't pregnant. However, I lost my husband very, very suddenly. He went to work one day and didn't come home. And I just want to tell you that everything you're going through is absolutely normal. Just breathe. Honestly,
not this woman. This woman is a
breathe.
good woman. This is Deborah Sizo. She's a good woman.
You can do it, and you will do it. I know it seems overpowering at the moment, and everything is so overwhelming, but you will triumph. I don't know why this has happened to you, but you will come out of it. You just need to take one day at a time, just breathe, accept help. We feel it will help us deal with this if we can help you.
Thank you. I also would like to reassure you all that I am not going to put myself at risk. I just basically need to have my head under my duvet for a few days, really.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just say one thing?
It doesn't mean I'm not wanting to or will not take care of myself.
Sure.
I will get there. I will. I know I have to. I just don't believe it yet, and I need to move up that process a bit. I understand.
It's very overwhelming for you, and I think what I felt like was that the whole world had stopped. My world had stopped. But looking around, the rest of the world was just going about there every day, and it was very hard to understand how the whole world hasn't stopped. because you're in so much pain, you just don't even know how you're drawing breath, you know. But you know, I just want you to know that you will get through it, and one day it will hurt forever. It's never going to stop. But one day you will look at your little bundle of joy and you will say, you know, I'm so glad that I've got this little baby, and, you know, gives you a reason to get up in the morning and get on with your day. It's going to hurt forever, you know. 16 years for me, and it still hurts. And I miss him like crazy, but, you know, I think just breathe, take one day at a time, do what you need to do for yourself. But if you can, accept that help, because, you know, it's as much for us as it is for you, because we all just want to give you a big cuddle, and we're all over the world and we can't do that. So, you know, don't think, oh, you're putting people out, or you're feeling you don't need the help, whatever. You know, I think just accept help if you can. And yeah, you haven't ever experienced these feelings you're going through, and you don't know how to react to them. So just take it easy. And
my name is Linda, and I just want to say we can come and bring you back to the States when the time is right. I can fly over, and I know you don't know me, but maybe we can continue to talk. Maybe you can call in.
Hi, Nora.
Some more, you know, just know that we're here and supporting you, and we can take care of you every step along the way, not just virtually, but physically, between people in London and in the States. And we will fly and come and get you if need be.
Well, thank you. I don't quite know what I want or would need. I haven't thought that far ahead of coming back. I can't remember what the name was of who it was that called me, but someone to do with the embassy. So I understand what to do with certain things. I don't know how to go, I know how to go about them. It's a case of doing them. That's my downfall
Lily
at the moment.
Oh, here's Lily.
Hi, it's Lily Bell here. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I just wanted to say that obviously my heart goes out to you. I'm in Australia and the entire channel, and I just want to say, you know what, just put you first and the baby, do what you need to do, and we're all here for when you need us.
I can really see that.
Okay.
But I do. It's very, very overwhelming, actually.
Yes.
But not in a bad way. I think I'm grateful.
We are covering you with love and prayers. We are covering you with love and prayers.
And if you need time to just, because you need time to process, just be with yourself. You're in the hospital, you've got all that, you know, just know that we are here though, especially Caroline, but we are all here, and maybe once, you know, you've been able to process the things more, you'll be able to accept more help. But I'm just thinking right now it's just too much. Everything's just too much, and you just need to.
No, Elle.
Yeah.
And I really wanted to come and test you.
I said she's going to get a few chapters too.
Please don't worry. I am getting help. I am being supported, though. Having this processing time, it needs to hit me, I think, before I can
shock.
The necessary things that I have to do.
Right.
Yes.
We have our arms around you. We're holding you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Well, I'm going to leave you guys to your
Okay.
chat.
All right, listen, tomorrow or something, we'll talk about the thing just for the baby, just so you have it, because the baby could come at any time, and everybody just wants to give you a virtual baby shower, okay? All right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Love you, honey. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Good
Bye.
night. We love you.
Okay, so well, I didn't know she was on there, so that was but I'm glad she got to come on and talk to everyone. And I think she definitely feels that, you know, everybody cares for her, so.
What a strong woman. I know she doesn't feel strong, but she's strong.
Yeah.
Strong. Can you hear me, by the way?
Yes.
My microphone.
And she told you all that it's a boy, even though I gave you a hint, so I feel better.
Oh. Yeah. Oh, goodness.
It's a little boy.
Oh. I'm glad that she has that baby.
Yeah. I had a feeling it was a boy. I told her I had a feeling it was a boy.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Wow. Now I'm lost for words. Oh, it's sad. So sad.
What is it? Is someone not okay? No, this is about Jaybells. This is a continuation. I see you. You see me. Is that the regular I see you, you see me? Yeah, okay. Just looked weird. All right, something looked weird about the icon. Yeah, no, this is just a continuation of Jaybells. So let's go on to let me go over here. Because there is somebody with that name they've like kind of did a play on your name. Okay, let me go to. So I did that. The night Jaybells was here. Pathological liars. Okay.
Janet!
All right. Hang on a moment. Who remembers Jenna?
60 essential nutrients, vitamin C, D.
And did you make a big deal about getting your period? You don't believe you got it, and I think you did that to set.
Talking about something else and not actually
Not
answering
even
that
gonna go through
question.
that on here.
My period then.
I could tell. And she was found in a really bad way. She had a very damaged arm. And so she.
But then she was
had,
out the
like,
next.
loads
She
of
was out
strokes
the
at
next
time.
day. She,
Holiday and it's all brilliant. Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that brilliant? And of course we're like, well, yeah, of course, that's fine. That's brilliant. That's amazing.
nothing would take the edge off. And I said, well, I was going to take you to the hospital because I thought you had cancer pain, and this local hospital will give you morphine. They would. And she goes, yeah. And I said, but then I remember there was Jimmy and I don't take it. Jimmy had shoulder surgery, and we had some tramadol, and you gladly took that, and it knocked you right out, and you took it back with you because you said you don't get, painkillers like that in the UK, and you have this tremendous pain. And she said, yes.
When we went to Cornwall, just before we went to Cornwall, she was adamant that we would be no further than a certain distance from a hospital, because she said she would need to get treatment and all the rest of it. And we were like, absolutely fine. Looked at places so that we were quite close if we needed to get to the hospital for her to have her treatment. I said, that's absolutely fine. I can drive you. I can take you. And then literally about 2 days before we went, she said, I've got some amazing news. I'm having a treatment holiday. We're not going to have to go to the hospital. We're not going to have to do anything. We can just forget about it. I'm having a treatment holiday and it's all
Treatment
brilliant.
holiday.
Isn't that a coincidence? Isn't that
Jolly
brilliant?
holiday with Mary.
And of course, we're like, well, yeah, of course, that's fine. That's brilliant. That's amazing. You know, that's how wonderful that you can now just enjoy yourself and not have to worry about going to the hospital. I mean, I don't know. It just seems insane now, doesn't it? It does.
Yeah.
It's not.
So many
It's
days, I mean, she
extraordinary.
told me
Just
all about the
detail.
hospital. I don't know. So many times rushed to the stroke unit. She's saying, I don't understand. She was giving me the initials for the stroke unit. I don't understand why I'm in the ambulance being rushed to the stroke unit. But she had a monitor, she said, that monitored her blood pressure. And they saw that her blood pressure went so high, so dangerously high. And they thought she had a massive stroke. But then she was out the next. She was out the next day. She would be out the next day. Back at home.
The story there was that the police, you know, that she had actually been kidnapped from the hospital once. And so hospitals were a very traumatic place for her. And so we had to get her home.
Oh, that's right.
My
And
God.
then we would arrange nurses and so on.
Oh, I never heard that. She never told me that.
No, Sean, that was when you and I spoke, I think, that you mentioned that.
Oh my gosh, she never told me that. Never.
And she had this long scar down her arm. And I thought that had been caused by a time when she was kidnapped from the hospital when she was going in for some surgery up north. And then the police ran around trying to find her, and they found her naked in a field, having been again.
Good luck.
I mean, this woman was raped nearly every week, as far as I could tell. And she was found in a really bad way. She had a very damaged arm, and so she went into like a 12-hour surgery. And that's what that scar was explained as. But God only knows.
I'm sure she said different. I'm sure she said different to Carolyn. I'm sure.
I never saw the scar because when she came to me, she always had long sleeves. It was freezing. Never saw a scar. Never saw a scar. She was in the hospital all the time. But then she had that friend that was giving the blow-by-blow. Then she said she had that dog walker friend, teaching assistant, who was indebted to her because she was paying for her PhD degree, which she took your roles and reversed them, and said that I don't know what to tell her. I'm pregnant. This is the dog walker. I don't want to upset her. And then Jaybells calls me crying that the dog walker / TA, student doesn't want to see her anymore and doesn't want her as her supervisor, and she doesn't know why. So then I have to write a letter to Beatrice, the student, and say she's so upset, what happened? And then she writes me back a glowing letter saying, no, she's got it all wrong, and gives her this big thing. And I send that along to Jaybells, and Jaybells says, oh my gosh, I should doubt that I taught her. She's such a great person. Look how intuitive she is, and that's all what I taught her. I should listen to myself. Wow. I mean, it was crazy, but it was probably when she was going through things with you, and she would materialize, project it onto something else that was bothering her. And
can I just say something as well? Mm-hmm. She was very particular. I don't know if this rings a bell with either of you, but she was very particular about wearing T-shirts and shirts that weren't too low, because she said that she had scars all over her chest from where she was slashed by her father.
But she doesn't.
No, she never told me that.
Yeah, she doesn't.
Yeah. But she was very particular about that. Said I was told
that as well, so I was always looking for scars.
Yeah.
Right. And then I said, how come you said you had a romantic relationship with Sean? And she said, well, because I thought it was, right? What did she say? I thought it was because when she would come, we would stay in the same bed. And then who said, Scooter? Somebody said, you said it, Lisa, that you've had friends come and you stay in the same bed. It doesn't mean you have a romantic relationship.
Exactly.
And she said, well,
I mean, there was only one bed. It was a large bed, and I used to just crash out.
Exactly. Yeah, and I've done exactly the same. I think we all have. We've all had girlfriends over that, that that we've just gone, oh, just jump into bed. You know, it happens, of course.
Yeah. I don't, she's, supposed to be like my sister, so there's just it's not weird.
Exactly. No, exactly.
Well, she knows people's weak spots and when they're loving and caring, and she knows how to work that. She's an expert at this.
Yeah.
I'll give her that.
Yeah, because the first thing Bella Max said to me, oh, let me guess, what did she tell them I was her, lover too? She's like, I don't know what she tells anybody, it's just crazy.
I think she's just telling everybody very different things to what I'd love to know what she said about me to different people. I'd love that. I'd love to know.
Do you know what I mean, Lisa? She was not one bit embarrassed, was she?
No, she was not.
At all about being caught at all.
I didn't get that. I would have been absolutely, I wouldn't have done it in the first place, but I would have been absolutely mortified and embarrassed.
Carolyn told her she's going to tell the Ramblers.
I said, I'm going to tell them because I cannot turn a blind eye. If you want me to think I'm going to turn a blind eye, I am not.
She had no fear about Carolyn telling the Ramblers.
Because I said, who knows who you've been in contact with? Maybe you're in contact with someone that you're extorting money from. How are they going to know? I have to come forward and tell what I know about you. And she said, oh, I'm not doing that, but I understand. Or something. She wasn't upset. She didn't say, don't tell your little lady.
Yeah, she says, I know you have to. And she just, you go, and this is all going to come back on me. And she's like, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. And didn't she say we were all going to be ruined or something?
Didn't
she say I'm not sure.
Like that? Oh, I don't know. She said something. And I said, you're just going to, stop people from caring about somebody that needs help one day because they're looking at you as a scammer. And then, and I said, and she just said, well, I hope you don't stop helping people because you're good at it.
They want to know, Sassy Darcy wants to know, what are you going to tell your boys?
They know. They already know.
How are they? How did they take it?
They just said, how is she this person? She was in our house. She's really a bad person. Like, she did this. And, why would she do this? Why would she pretend she had cancer? Why would she pretend she was dying? Why? They were close to her. I mean, it's just horrible.
Do you know what the worst thing about all of this is that I feel like, and I'm sure you guys feel the same, I feel like it's changed me as a person. I feel I've lost that little bit of innocence and naivety. I don't know, I was saying this to you last night. I feel like I'm going to have to change who I am because of her. Because I can't, how can I just trust, I've always been trusting. I've always wanted to trust people. And now I can't do it. It's impossible. I will never trust anyone after this. I don't think I will. And I think that's really sad that's changed me as a person. And I'm pretty sure it's the same for you lot as well. It's made us a little different to what we were before. And that's a shame.
Yeah, it's just that you couldn't find a shred of evidence. I would never trust a person I can't find a shred of evidence of their life.
Yeah.
With everyone else, I know their life. I know who they are. I didn't see their family. With her, there was no shred of evidence.
No.
None.
No, she didn't have a husband and baby.
What did you say?
I was telling Potter.
It's just also impolite.
To ask her, right, to just trust her because she was saying she went through these horrific things and, it was so horrible. And she would always say, I'll tell you when we're in person. I don't want to tell you on the phone. And I kept thinking, what if she died? Because she was gravely ill, right? What if she died and I didn't even know anything about this? I would think about that all the time. Like, she would say the doctor said to get her affairs in order and all of this stuff. And I thought, well, how will I know what to do? Because we don't even talk about this, like nothing.
And I just kept thinking, like, what's going to happen? And when Sean contacted me, I thought she was calling me to tell me she died.
Yeah, you said that.
That's exactly what I thought she was calling me about. And I thought, oh gosh, she's dead, or she's, you know, near death in the hospital, and here's the call, and she never talked with me about anything she wanted. I hope a lawyer somewhere has this, because I don't know what she wants.
Several want to know if you think she's behind any of the swatting or any of the letters that you've received.
No, I asked her about the letter that I received that came from a UK address, because she was looking at it and telling me about the racehorses in the car windscreens, and she says, oh no, absolutely not, absolutely not.
Yeah, but what do you believe? Do you believe that?
The SWAT, I believe she isn't, because I know that it's not who you think it is with 3 initials. It's someone far more sinister that's involved in that. But the email, she may have been, yes. Because she told me somebody was harassing her with her work email, and she said there's only 2 people that have her work email. Of course, there was no freaking work email, okay?
Exactly.
But she said only 2 people have it, and there was a person calling her the C word and telling her to die and this and that, and it was a person she was trying to triangulate us from.
Yeah.
Tracy Kloss, yes, the professor was her medical the same as Carolyn, right?
Yeah, we were both her medical proxy. We were both her next of kin. We were both her family, her sisters. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, Nuthi, she has a lot of articles that I saw when I looked Sean up. Carolina wants to know if you have a picture to show of her.
Of who?
Of Jaybells?
Of Jaybells. Thing is, when she comes on your panel, Carolyn, she doesn't really show her face, does she?
Mm-mm.
She was very careful about that, about not showing her face, really.
There's, I can show you the old MySpace that she had. Here. Public knowledge. Okay, here. And guess what? I said, how come there were so many like gangster people on your mind? This is her. Okay.
Yeah.
Very, very made up here. Here's her non-scarred breasts. But that, yeah. And she said the reason there were so many gangsters on her page and all of this stuff is because of this jacket said Roca wear. And that's why. That's what she told me.
I've got a picture of her and me if you'd like to see it.
Sure.
Am I able to share?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Let me I make you a co-host and then you can share. Hang on. Okay. Yeah, now you should be able to share.
Okay. Here we go. There she is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I have pictures of her too. I mean, here's one. She made a card when we went to the resort that she never really went to with the boys. It's just crazy. I have pictures with Lisa D and I when we went to Ollie's. And Carolyn, I don't see her in your lake house. I just thought she would. Carolyn, I didn't see her in your lake house. I just thought she was shy and humble. No, she was at the lake house.
Sad soul, what's going on is that Jaybells lied about who she is. She's not who she is. We don't know who she really is. She's duped a lot of people. All nice, kind people.
Hi, 61.
Yeah.
Took money from them. I guess she didn't really ask for money, but everything she
She
explained.
never asked for money.
Yeah.
Never.
Humpty Dumpty,
She would
who are
just
you
set it
talking
up
about?
so that you would feel like you had to offer.
Who are you talking about, Humpty Dumpty? I saw her in some drama channel and she was talking about MRB, and I still said to her, what's that about? Who's that? Jaybells never did that. She never did that. I don't think that's who you're talking about. She was very careful.
Lisa D. Potter. There's a different Lisa on panel right now. Lisa Pierce.
That's Loopy
Yeah.
Lisa.
Loopy Lisa. Yes, Jaybell, that's all.
Oh, I put my real name up, haven't I?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. I should have changed it really before I came on.
But she refuses to give her real name, her parents' real name. She said she's not a criminal. She's never been arrested. She has a lying problem. It started when she said 7, and then she changed it and said she was about 4. I have noticed that Bobby Blue Eyes, that Carolyn and Sean do have the similar look, the same hair color. Both that, just, I thought that a while ago, a couple days ago.
Yes, Noopy. She was at the house right before that. Yes. I mean, she was you filed fraud alert. I mean, I'm going to let the FBI know today, file that, and I just don't understand how she's not scared. Like, I mean, she was scared over such silly things all the time. So, and be hyperventilating, but I'm sure it was just something else that she went with through you, like when she said she lost her job and she lost her funding, and then none of that was true. And then that happened. She said the family member that was giving her the money every month, he was something due to COVID, not laid off, but downside. I don't know what he lost about 80% or 60% of his salary, so that he had to cut her off, and she didn't know what she was going to do. And that's when she called me frantic, saying that she was laid off or that she lost her funding, and I guess she expected me to offer money, but why would I? She had 2 homes in Italy. At one time she told me she sold one of the homes in Italy for taxes and stuff, and that she would never sell the New York apartment, which was worth millions of dollars. She said she sold Alessandro's Mercedes for like $20,000 or $30,000. And, so she never was destitute to me. So I would say, well, don't worry, something will open up. Can't you get unemployment in the meantime? Don't you have that there? Oh, yes, but it's only a little bit. But I have enough to get me by, I have to sell the one house in Italy. Yeah.
She was still talking to Chris Watts, though, wasn't she?
That's right. Yeah,
she still had the funding for that, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently.
Yeah, she never said like how she said she lost it and then it came back again, and she was talking to Chris all the time, and she was going into great details, but I couldn't tell anyone and could not use it on the
Same here. I was the only one that knew, apparently. Oh my gosh.
Humpty Dumpty swears it was her on a panel.
No,
And that
never.
She couldn't believe it at the time.
Yeah, try to find it. Never. Yeah.
Who? Jaybells?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know.
But I don't think you have a good email address. I would like to introduce myself. Phoebe. Hi, Phoebe. The eyes are the window, so have you reported her to YouTube? Well, YouTube doesn't do anything. It's not YouTube.
No.
She needs to report it to the FBI, and Sean has reported her. Yeah. And there is someone else gathering information, so we'll see.
No, Potter, she said she was talking to the families, though, right, Carolyn?
Yeah, that she had to call the Rusacks, and I believe she told me she spoke to the Watts too, because they had to know she was speaking to Chris.
Yeah, she said that to me too.
Yeah. Yep. And she had several calls with the Rusacks, and then it was like a rude awakening when she found out I was talking to them, and she got very scared and said, well, you can't say anything to them because of the non-disclosure agreement. They will never say they know me.
Yes, guys, check out Professor Sean Hawthorne from University of London. Very impressive. Very impressive.
Thank you. I feel very impressive.
Yes, she did say she spoke with Chris Watts all the time. I told you that, Elle. She said she was doing a project.
I wish I could understand this.
Yes, paying no attention to Scooter, the lady behind the curtain. She definitely said she was speaking with Chris Watts. She said she was speaking with Chris Watts all the time, and she was actually going to be doing a project where she was going to be, kind of doing like a John Douglas thing, okay? And she wanted me to go up there with her, and that was going to happen. I think it was originally supposed to happen in February, then it got put on hold because of COVID and all that stuff. So, yeah, she 100% said she was speaking with Chris Watts. But I couldn't mention it to a soul.
This is a criminal case. She accepted. Yeah, and that's what, like, she would always say, well, I told you I would give all of that back, and she says now she donated everything. And then there was a woman that was on, and it said she did have the baby gifts collected and donated. And
yeah, she did. Yeah.
Oh, she told me she left them out on the street for people to take.
Yeah, and I said, well, why would you do that and not sell them and give rest? Because she said she was doing it, I guess, to feel better. So I said, well, if you wanted to pay people back, then why wouldn't you have sold them, at least recoup some of the money to pay people back if that was the case? Why would you just give? Well, I just thought it was the right thing to do. And yet she claims that she had the crib and that the crib was set up, and she even tried to advertise it was free. This was a nice crib or cot, whatever you call it. It was a sleep, but and she said that she couldn't get no one wanted it, so she had to take it to her other house or something. But then she said she gave it to Freddie.
That was Freddie, wasn't
yeah,
it?
she gave it to Freddie. Yeah.
Freddie, who had second thoughts and feelings for her later on, that she would take her back.
Please. Yeah, all lies, Danielle, right? She told me she sold them and donated it to a homeless charity. Yeah,
You said
I
that?
know, Mona. But yeah, so I mean, it's horrible. I don't know what to do. I mean, we just have to report it and that's it. And if anyone here, if she contacted any of you and you have any information for me, if she was talking to you, if she was asking for money, if she was doing anything like that, please email me and let me know what it is so I can put it in the report. And it's terrible. I
think we'll find people. I think people will come forward.
Yeah.
I think they will.
Can I show them this, Jess? She just sent me a picture, and she said this is what she sent me with the holes.
Who's that? Jess? Oh, Jess.
That's Jess.
Yeah, with the hole. Go ahead.
Oh, wow.
It's bad. Is it gruesome?
Well, no, but it's just so strange. But well, wait.
I remember that.
I'll take a screenshot and cut the names. Okay, wait, yeah, you can't.
Is this woman that was on the phone with you crying after losing her husband in England?
Okay, yeah, she said it's up to me.
Yes, that was Zoe.
I'll just go there's no. Okay.
Thanks, Humpty.
Ah, darn it. Where'd it go here?
It's just so violating. It really is. It's so violating. Because we talked about it, about how, how lucky we were, like what if she was some psycho, but we had known each other and we felt so at ease, and that's what she loved. She's like, oh, it was just so natural, wasn't it? So natural.
Yeah, she said that to me too.
Yeah, right? And that we were never worried that we're going to see somebody with a knife standing over our bed in the middle of the night. Is that what she said to you too, Lisa?
Oh no, she didn't say that to me.
Oh.
No. She just said that she said, oh, it's just so easy and we don't have to worry. Yeah, she said all that.
Yep. Right?
Really?
Right? We're like sisters. It was just so easy.
Yeah.
We didn't have to do anything. We could just sit there and we enjoyed each other's company. It was so wonderful. No, Augie, this is some of the other people that were on the Zoom from the UK that they were students with her. Is that all those people were students with her?
A lot of them were actually lecturers.
They worked at an institution.
Oh, wait a minute. Listen to what she told me. When she came, I said, why did you decide to come in February? And she said, because she was a speaker at a conference that you set up for her in New York. And I said, oh, really? What conference? Well, I didn't speak at it. She said, I said, so you came all the way and that was why you came in February to speak at this conference, but then you didn't speak at it. No. That's what she said. That's why she picked February. And she ended up coming over with, I guess, that woman, Emily. And then she met another woman. She said she met her at the airport and the woman was driving up this way and she was trying to avoid her. So, and do we remember what her name was? Oh gosh, she said her name, but it's in that recording.
Was it Erin? Was
no, Erin was the one that she met in the city, but then there was another lady that she said she just randomly met at the airport who happened to be going to New York as well and coming up this way where I live and wanted to drive her.
I sent you that picture on your email, your Gmail.
Oh, okay.
Okay, be listening, Nora. Have fun at work. Not too much fun that you lose track of what you're doing. I don't know what you're doing.
I know,
but if you do
Sassy
anything
Darcy,
dangerous like a conveyor
I
belt
even
or
told
something that's
Jaybells that tonight. As bad as I feel for Carolyn and Sean and Lisa and all the other people, I still felt as disgusted as I feel with her. I still feel sorry for her.
You've got, see, I don't know if I can do this. Hold on, because you've got numbers showing here on this.
Is there any? Okay, maybe I can mark those out.
Yeah, send it to me. See if you can back that out and send it to me again.
All right.
And then somebody says here, what's this? I was in shock. I wanted to give you. Okay.
I'm going to have to go now, I'm afraid.
Okay, yeah, we're going to go too.
But I'll be in touch on.
But I'll just post this picture. But yeah, please, we have that group. We'll be in touch, and I will fill out my stuff all today.
Yeah. Sean, I'll speak to you soon.
But yeah, so sorry again for everything.
Lots of love to you all.
All
Lots
right.
of love to you too.
Yeah. Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye, Sean.
Speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Let's see. Did you send it? Show that, and then I'm gonna go to bed too, because we were on all freaking day.
okay. Then we're gonna see. That's right. We found her family after that.
That's why my camera's off. I'm actually in bed. I probably
it's
had
so
2 hours.
it's so freaking tiring and so much out of our lives for her nonsense. That's what I did. Just it's so aggravating. That's I said. That's what I said. I said you don't even care. You said you care that I lost my son, but I'm in mourning, and all you did was put more burden on me for you, and me thinking that you're in mourning too, and and you're possibly dying and making me feel guilty, and you know that I'm mourning my son, and you still didn't let up on me. You still came at me. You needed this, you needed that, you needed this, you needed this attention, you needed that. I'd get off a live like this, and she'd be right there on the phone saying, I don't think I can do this. I don't want to live like this.
Yes.
And I'd have to be on with her. You don't have to call me. I don't want to bother you. And it was always, there was a guilt to it.
I'm going to have to go too.
Okay, Lisa.
Thank you so much, though, for having me on. And Scoots and Carolyn, I'll speak to you later.
Here's the holes in her head. Let's see here.
I better go. We've got we've got everything, all the information on our group. So I'll speak to you soon. All right.
All right, there.
Take care. Take care. Bye.
So she had these holes right here. Which could have been an old picture, maybe from the first time, or I don't know. I mean, it could have been makeup, could have been a lot of things. I don't know. But all right. Oh, thanks, Kathy. Yeah, no one deserved this. She took advantage of a lot of people. There's a lot more people that she took advantage of. But, so, yeah, no, we have the facts, Lori Beth, you bet. All right, everybody, we're going to go because we're exhausted, but prayers for everyone that needs them, and we need prayers. So God bless. See you guys tomorrow, and take care. Don't let the bad people make you bitter. All right, bye-bye. Okay, hang on now. I'm going to get to the family. Let me see. I'm not sure if it's this one, but I can see.
At Wayfair, we get pretty excited about furniture. Around here, it's not a patio, it's patio.
Oh, I love those chairs.
Shed.
I'm really in mourning, okay? Not over a friend I lied about, but you had no problem laying stuff on me. Just laying it on thicker and thicker, thicker and thicker. You're going to the hospital, you're going to kill yourself, you're going to crisis. When you knew I was on all night and I needed to go to sleep, you had no problem. And now you're trying to mourning for a friend when I was in mourning for my son, and you could care less.
I did care. I really did care. I actually thought I was able to help you.
You lied to me about the Rusaks.
I did think I was able to help you. I'm sorry.
Okay? Not over.
I lied about. Sometimes I think I know
you had no problem laying stuff on me. Just laying it on thicker and thicker, thicker and thicker. That you're going to the hospital, you're going to kill yourself, you're going to be crisis. When you knew I was on all night, you just didn't know how. You had no problem. I had an assistant that read my email. And now you're trying to you're told me other friends. That was my explanation for it, and I thought and you did care less.
I did care. I really did care.
Wait, something's playing twice. Hold on.
I was able to help you.
You lied to me about the Rusaks.
I did think I was
Something's
able
playing
to help
twice.
you.
Hold
I'm
on.
sorry. I sometimes I think I know better.
Sorry, that was playing twice. I'm very sorry. That's why.
Not big YouTubers, and I don't know what you told me, and then they'll never tell you about me, or because they signed an NDA.
I'm sorry.
I mean, they're simple people. You even went to say, and
I'm sorry.
Just because that if you, I don't know.
I'm sorry. I really am. I really am so sorry. I'm so sorry.
You know, Sean was saying there was a huge hurt other people. My stomach. And it's such a violation. I can't even tell you what a violation it is. Robbity Bob. Julie Parrott, hi there. Dawn Ripley Lewis, Ashley Puddin. She says, when this has happened previously, like in her 20s, okay, the people haven't been so nice and confronted her like that. They told her you know that if her lips are moving, she's lying, okay? So you cannot believe a word that comes out of her mouth. But she says, it's not like when Marlene said, get the F out of my house. I never want to see you again. Okay? But what I'm seeing is people are feeling sorry for her. And I think they let her get away with things and gave her second chances that she shouldn't have had and turned a blind eye to it so that she could go on and hurt other people. And I can't do that. And I'm the one that's sitting here with the international wire fraud, and I haven't. So it doesn't matter if anybody else wants to turn a blind eye to it, that's turned a blind eye to it previously. I'm not going to do it because I know the damage it can do. And if they can sleep with the conscience that they can turn a blind eye to it.
Because people were turning a blind eye to it in the UK. Exactly as I told you. Why she wasn't held accountable.
Sammy, Lori Beth, Lucy's World, Tripping, T Praying, Dreaming, Who's messaging me? Are really disgusting that you don't even know. So, Marianne, Emma, of anyone who has a life that sounds like. See, but can I tell you something? Okay, this is exactly the same thing I said to Jaybells, Genevieve, Jamie Gwynn, Tamara Dombrowska, whatever the freak her name is. I said she ruined it for real people. I want to tell you something. The woman that made those felted animals, and I don't know if you have signed it.
I'm going to go to that woman because I don't even know if she made those felted animals. I don't know anything about anyone anymore, so I'm not even going to go there. I don't know anybody did something unless I saw him do it.
Through all of this for 10 years, she could put her in touch with the doctor she needed. She could put her in touch with all of this that I thought that Cornelia brought there, right? Do something, change something, it'll have to be after January. Thank you, Jay Quinn. You're amazing. I told her this, right? But it had just happened to be the anniversary.
At iBuy Direct, we make buying prescription eyewear online easy. With over 3,000 styles.
Yeah, I still take it as a sign, just not the sign that I thought it was. Because I didn't realize, hi Florida Gray Lady, that she was a fraud.
See how Mr. Shrouds I have.
You want me to slow the chat down? All right, let me see.
How do you slow the chat down? So I can see if I ever needed to. Is that Streamlabs now?
No, this part I'm just in the YouTube studio.
You do that on YouTube?
Yep.
So that's how you see yourself?
Mm-hmm.
But you stream with Streamlabs, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how do you stream your thing?
That's
Oh,
Zoom.
you like screen record?
No, that's Zoom.
Yeah, but how does it capture that? How does it capture?
It goes like this. There's Streamlabs right there.
Oh, and yeah, the guy did, okay. I see now, look now. Okay. YouTube, let's see. 518, let's see. Giveaway's happening. If we don't go...
You got 518?
Yeah, if we don't go below 500 probably tomorrow, then we'll be good. So hopefully, nobody unsubscribe, please. We got 518 that fast, huh? So we're gonna do a giveaway. I mean, it's probably... We gotta set it up. Mom knows how to set it, right, Mom?
Mm-hmm.
Mom knows how to. We have to, Mom. They hit 500.
Right.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go, baby. Baby Love just subscribed to you. Thank you, Baby Love.
Thank you. Everybody who subscribed to me goes on. How many people? 500. I have 523 now. How many people is that who subscribed to me? I have.
You just had 496, so think about it.
So
Oh, careful,
so
gosh.
it has an honor box on, so it's fine.
Yeah.
But it
Like it was, we got 523, it's 23 there, and how much, 496 to 500, you needed how many?
So it's 4.
While everyone here was out, it was never really about her. It was always about who we are in the end. We are accountable to ourselves, our morality, and our beliefs. What will make you proud? She must answer these questions for herself, to herself as well. I have a feeling she's not going to like much of what she sees or feels. Unfortunately, that is her burden to bear or change, not yours. Be true to yourself, hold your head high, be thankful for being
thanks,
an
little
amazing
lady.
role model and for offering a hand up, a hand out, and a hand to hold for someone in need. She screwed up royally, not you. Kindest regards, Cornelia. So, yeah. Cut away from you. No, you're cutting towards you. You want to get it?
Yeah, I'll get it.
There's the box knife thing right on the counter. Okay, let's see what we've got here because... Yeah, I'll open it. Just bring it here. No, please don't, because let me do it because you might slice something. Here, let me see this. I don't even think we have to slice this one. All right. Where's the slicer? I'm really nervous with this. I don't need you to cut an artery. And then we have to go out in this. It's very sharp. Oh, look at this. This is, oops, careful. I'm going to finish that. I have to. This is from Lisa D. Lisa, how did you? I'm lost. Oh, I see. This is not really from Amazon. You see her now?
No, but it is. It's a doll.
No, but did you just see her?
No.
That was from Whisper to Me. Where is Whisper to Me? That's from Whisper to Me.
Very cute. Thank you. Wow.
Can I feel it?
Yeah, careful.
Wow. Very cool.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Oh, we gotta get one more.
Mm-hmm.
You've been looking at it, right?
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes, very thank you. She's probably watch this sometime.
Very realistic. Thanks so much. Can you put it by the Christmas tree? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was before we had a Scotty dog.
I'm glad he made it here and didn't get lost. You must have been worried that he was going to get lost. I think we have one other thing. Sharon says it's popcorn. Love you. Okay, let's see what this is.
We're talking about Jaybells.
So the accident happened?
Yeah, it was like it. You know, I thought it would just be like the news videos that you see.
Right.
Where you really don't.
Who's that?
And you're going to get in that chair and you are not going to get out for...
Oops. Now, how come okay. Okay, so the number's in there. Get rid of this here. What's up with this? Back to the... Yeah, Tracy, we just... Oh.
Hi.
Oh, okay.
What you doing?
Not much. What do you do? You sound like you're on something.
You looking for your chair?
I'm gonna look and see if my chair is coming here. Yeah.
I think it's gonna be there. Not tomorrow, but the next day.
Why?
I don't know. I just have a feeling. And you're gonna get in that chair, and you are not gonna get out for probably a good 48 hours. Right?
I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really thought you were gone. This is not Jenna, is it? Hey there, who's that?
Kathy.
Kathy.
Oh. What happened?
Another one
that
turned
out. Feel better to come on.
Okay. These were all not. I've got to find where we have her niece. Hold on. Let me try to find her niece. Because her niece was... Let me see here. I've got to find her niece. I thought there was... The title was... Oh, I know what it might be. Hold on. Hold on. I think I remember now. I think I stopped using Jaybells and started using her real name. Let me see here. Okay, let's see. So this was... All right, let me just check. Happy mail. Where does it begin? We went through that. Trying to find my way. Ice storm. So I need like December 30th of 2020. So hold on. I am just going to go. I can't stand that. You cannot search for content by the date. Do you understand that you cannot do that? Okay, hold on a minute. I've got to put the dryer on and but what I'm going to do is
what?
You did say that. You did say that. Yes, you
Wait,
did.
no, sorry, can you?
All right, let's see.
Hang on 1 second. Let me just.
It was being recorded.
Hi.
Hi. Sorry.
Okay, the tumor. I mean, in your own mind, isn't that even? Let's say you just had a brain tumor. If you did have one, making up something like that, don't you even feel like something? I don't know. You don't feel any.
Yeah.
Just how wrong that is. Like when people
I do.
and people are praying and they're investing.
I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry, and I don't sit there and grin about it at all. I really don't.
A lot of work has gone into this, Jay. A lot of work.
And it's
a lot of
work. Why? Because it happens throughout every stage, and I just mess it up. But I don't. The thing is, when you come from nowhere, it's really hard to start relationships, and that's what I didn't understand, and that's what I don't understand.
But you're such a lovely person. I mean,
I know, and you won't see it.
But your background, nothing
real. When we're sat there having a drink, there are real moments in it, and I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I really am. I am so sorry. I mean it, and I know you don't know what I mean or trust what I mean or anything. I do not know why. Why? I know why, but it's so far from being any kind of excuse. And I know you think I'm just.
But you continue to lie about little things like sending that package back. You didn't.
No, I did. I could walk you through it with a screen share. It was outside. It was outside. No, because it was outside. I wouldn't.
That's the problem, Jay. When you lie about one thing.
I know. It's fine. It's fine. Don't believe it. I'm not lying about that. All this has been going on for a few weeks. I have not been sleeping, and I am all over the shop.
Yeah, I don't understand.
Really,
why aren't you?
It was sat outside.
Why aren't you sleeping? Because it's not the steroids, it's not the treatments anymore. So why aren't you sleeping? Are you taking drugs? Why aren't you sleeping? You told me you didn't sleep for 3 days that time you talked to me.
Yeah.
And you said it was steroids.
No, because that's when Sean went.
Okay, that's when Sean went.
And I spoke to her every day, and I really, really, really miss her.
Yeah, but you do realise you have completely. She's devastated by that.
I know.
You really have massively. She's devastated. Literally devastated by the whole thing.
I know.
Nobody, none of us have deserved this. None of us.
No, you haven't.
We just,
no.
we
No,
would have.
You haven't.
But the thing is, Jay, we would have liked you for you. Whatever. You didn't need to make anything up. You didn't need to do this.
I don't know why that doesn't stick. I don't know why that doesn't stick in my head. I don't know why.
You came here and stayed And we spent over a week with you. Oh, we really enjoyed your company.
I know.
You could have been anyone.
I have questions. What kind of questions do I have? Does anyone truly believe this? Hello, Tony. Tony, what do you mean? Tony, what do you mean? What does Tony mean? Tony. Does anybody truly believe what, Tony? Why don't you take a link and come on up here? Come on. Tony, why don't you tell us? Come on. Don't be scared. Oh, Tony, I think you've changed your name. Because I know I've seen that leg of yours. And I know you've changed your name. I've seen that video of you in your pajamas. And I know I've seen that, that video. Tony. Wow, Tony, that's some great stuff there. Okay, what do you need, Tony? You need some attention tonight? What's going on? I'm not even going to waste my time with Tony. Okay? I'm not going to waste my time with Tony.
It wouldn't matter.
No trauma. Everything was just us. And I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
I'm trying to find the video with her niece. And I'm putting this on while I find it so that...
I don't want to hurt or scam.
But you already did. You already did. It continued. It continued and continued and continued. And I don't know if you know the burden you put on my shoulders and the way I felt. Okay? And I would stay up and talk to you and have 1 hour's sleep and think, well, this is my friend and she might be dying and this may be the last time I can talk to her. And she's all alone and she has no one. So I would sit on the phone and stay on, even though I was falling asleep and I needed to take care of me and I lost my son and I'm still doing it. And you were still doing it to me, knowing all of that, knowing how stressed I was, and you were still doing it.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
You're telling me you're gonna kill yourself, gonna stop treatments. I don't know what's it. Then you miss your family that died, your son and your husband that never existed.
I think I make things so real sometimes. It's really demented.
Who are you, Jay? Who are you? I just want to know who you are. Literally, where were you born? Where were you born?
Where I said.
Where?
Tonight.
What? Were you though?
At Shemesh, Jerusalem.
Well, no, you told me Palestine, Israel. That's what you told me.
Bet Shemesh, Jerusalem, that's in Israel. Bet Shemesh is a tiny little town, Jerusalem.
And you were born.
Jerusalem.
So how did you go to? So then you moved to America.
In Ypsilanti. Then we went to New York.
What about the Poughkeepsie Children's Home?
I ran away to there.
Oh, you're lying.
Oh, I didn't stay there. I ran away to there. They took me straight back. That's how I know about it.
Just tell the truth.
What about being in the Columbia dorms during 9/11? How could you be if you were born in 1980?
You're still not telling the truth.
No, I'm saying I'm full of crap. I couldn't have been there.
Oh.
I couldn't have been there. I wasn't.
You're not going to tell us the truth, are you? Actually, you're not. You're never going to tell us the truth. You're not, are you? You're not. Be honest. Be honest in that way. You're not gonna. We're not never gonna know, are we? We aren't, are we?
There's things I'm not saying, but
Okay.
no, I am answering your questions. If you believe it or not, I don't.
Yeah.
You're not
telling us you're never gonna tell us the truth.
Hold on, I'm trying to find the.
No.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
What's the point in this? You're not going to tell us the truth.
I am. I am telling you the truth.
What's the truth?
What is the truth?
What is your name? What is your real family name?
I don't want to tell you that. It's a difference.
Why? Why not?
See?
Because
we'll find out the truth if you give us your real name, right? We'll find out the truth. You would rather remain
exactly.
No, I've never done anything. I've never done anything, so there's going to be nothing.
It doesn't matter. Scooter hasn't done anything. But you can look at my name.
No, not about done anything. No, I don't mean like that. I mean, I'm a nobody.
What does it feel like to step into the Athens 2? Kinda like, revolutionary case technology compresses, then snaps into...
You might have found her family much later than I thought. Okay, so let me just go there now.
Constantly. But I had to be careful because, like Lisa said, Bella Mac might not believe me, right? Bella Mac could think, do you understand? Genevieve, Jaybells, Jamie has spent this whole time pushing people away. She didn't want any of us speaking to one another, okay? So she told us that Casbat was doing things to just received another Amazon package. I will set up the baby bed, no problem at all. I did not know her husband died. Now she said she didn't know her me. Dramatic. You must tell her she needs to cooperate.
Process of things more easy.
She was having a very bad labor. Something Sean said yesterday rang true for me. Sean said that I think in her case it was the fake police that were contacting her, asking Jaybells, Genevieve, Jamie, whatever her name is, to cooperate. Well, I got a text like that too. Remember, this was Mother's Day, okay? Mother's Day. Sean said every Mother's Day, Jamie, Genevieve, Jaybells did something to take Sean away from her family. She knew my daughter was here, and so she, of course, was in labor. Now, we didn't think, we were on baby watch. We wanted to support her. We had no reason to suspect she was fake. She was delivering a baby. She would call me or send text updates. She said that they did not want to give her a C-section because she had no one to help her when she got home. And so it was an extremely long labor, of course, to take up the entire day, right? And she, at one point, I have a text come through and it says, I could lose my job for doing this because she is a protected citizen. Remember, she's in the witness, I forgot to say this, she's in the witness protection program because her only relative, the uncle, wants her killed. So she says, I could lose my job for doing this, but I asked who she was texting, and she said, you're her next of kin, you're her only family. Okay, mind you, this is just a few days that I've really known her. And
she needs to cooperate with us or we are going to lose them both. Something very dramatic. You must tell her she needs to cooperate with us. So then I had to text her that she needed to cooperate. And then a little while later, she calls me and says, just like this, you heard the way she comes on. That's normally how she answers the phone, like, hello, right? She said, I'm a mama. I'll never forget that. She said, I'm a mama. And I said, oh, how wonderful. You have him in your arms? No, they took him right back to the nursery. He has a bit of a fever. I said, oh no. And she's like, no, just a bit of a fever. It's okay. And right away, Jimmy and I are going, oh no, Group B Strep. We said that immediately. And here I am researching Group B Strep. Okay, I'm spending my Mother's Day researching Group B Strep for a baby that doesn't even exist. Okay, she then creates 3 or 4 days where the baby the fever won't break. She says they're giving the baby antibiotics, they're giving the baby fever reducers, they've got the baby hooked up. She sends me a picture of a baby. And the baby, which I've shown it to Sean, is a baby named Ezra. Sean, I think you're in the chat. I don't know who Ezra belonged to, but I think you said it was a baby that she used for another purpose. Well, she sends me this picture of this baby. It's in an isolette. And she says that's her son, who she ended up naming Alessandro Jr. or AJ. And she didn't want to show any of it, but be very careful showing pictures because of the witness protection program. And then she has this other nurse from the hospital tell me if I want to come down that I can go there, but since she's a protected citizen, I have to give this information, blah, 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 blah. Okay. So the next thing was, she tells me that her dog walker is her teaching assistant, and her name is Beatrice Mercier, or B. Mercier. She gives me her contact information, tells me to contact B with what's going on. Jaybells, Jamie, Genevieve was famous for this, is what I found out through Sean and through others. She created different people that you would speak to. It gave her credibility. Okay, she was an elaborate con woman, con person, con man, whatever you want to say, con artist. So what she did was, if I was having doubts, well, I'm talking to Beatrice Mercier, who's telling me that Dr. Bennett is the best. And Dr. Bennett is actually paying for her PhD. And Dr. Bennett, she will do anything for Dr. Bennett because Dr. Bennett, just raving about Dr. Bennett. I will do anything. I will take care of Elvis, the dog. I will clean the apartment. I will do anything for Dr. Bennett. Now, Sean Hawthorne is the real professor, is the one whose identity that Genevieve, Jamie, Jaybells took over. So she became Sean with the name of Dr. Genevieve Bennett. And this Beatrice that she made up was her, okay? So I have email after email going through to this B, okay, saying Genevieve is in the hospital. She just had the baby. And then B is saying, oh gosh, what do I need to do to go there? And I said, well, she's a protected citizen. You have to give this, and this to get up there. I will do that. What should I bring her? Oh, she wants her toothbrush. Can you bring her toothbrush? This was so elaborate. She gave me lists of what B should bring to the hospital, okay? Tell her to go in my armoire and get this, this, and this. Tell her to bring my toothbrush. Tell her to bring my pajamas. Tell her to bring this and that and the other thing. Okay.
Tonight.
B would supposedly go there. Then B would email me back. And B would tell me I saw her, and she'd give me a status report. She saw the baby. She spoke to the doctor. She spoke to the nurse. The doctor, the nurse said this. So I'm dealing now with two people. Then the baby gets taken to something called, I don't know if they call it Gauche, it's the Grand Ormond Street Hospital. And the baby is in sepsis, and the baby is in renal failure. And I am spending hours finding this machine and telling her and sending her things. You've got to tell the doctor to go on this machine. This machine can save his life. They have it at that hospital. You have to get the baby on that machine. Do you hear me? She would say, oh, thank you, thank you. I will tell the doctor. I will tell the doctor. So in the meantime, she had an intrauterine infection. I kept saying, did you get the Group B Strep results back? She did not get the Group B Strep. I'm waiting. Every night after a live, I would have a text from her saying, oh my gosh, I'm going crazy. They're working on him frantically. He went into like cardiac arrest. I said, what are they doing? She said, they're frantically working on him. I can't lose him. I love him so much. I can't lose him. Okay. So we're going through this whole thing. Then she says they want to transfer him to the children's hospital. I said, well, it's a good thing maybe that they want to transfer him to this hospital, because if they didn't think he had a chance, they wouldn't send him there. So they must think he has a chance. It's a good thing. You're right. It's a good thing, she would say. You're right. It's her from the hospital, but she's got to go back and forth, and she has 103 fever because of this intrauterine infection that she has. And they're waiting on the baby's Group B Strep. Well, the baby comes back Group B Strep positive. And the baby's in renal failure. And the baby has sepsis. Okay? So we're scrambling, still thinking this baby is going to survive, because the baby rallies. The baby will rally, and then everybody will be so happy. And then she'll knock him down a peg or two. That he had a seizure. He had this, he had that, okay? So she keeps knocking us down. Then she calls, and she says, now, meanwhile, you have to remember, her husband is in a mausoleum, she's saying, because first she told me he wanted to be buried in New York. She had me spending the day finding funeral homes in New York, okay? Because I asked her, what can I do for you? She said, you can call funeral homes in New York. So I called funeral homes in New York. I spent time researching what the baby had and what would save him, okay? I spent my days doing this, praying and worrying about these people that didn't even exist, okay? Then, how did this happen? She said, here, I'm going to read the email, because you've got to hear it on this point, okay? Okay. I want you to hear the first email from Beatrice. Dear Carolyn, hi. My name is B. You don't know me, but I'm Professor Bennett's graduate student, her TA, and I also walk her dog. Genevieve Bennett, Dr. Bennett, Professor Bennett. I'm not sure in what capacity you know her, but Professor Bennett gave me this contact in case I couldn't get in touch with her, and she isn't picking up her phone right now. I'm supposed to drop something off in Kensington for her tonight for her new baby. She told me some packages were sent from you. Do you know what I need to take her right now, first of all? So one box of about 5 items was waiting around noon today. Nappies, wipes, some bed sheets, and muslin, it looks like. And do you have any idea what is likely to be coming on what days? I have taken Elvis, that's the dog, to come stay with me in my house in Hampstead
in Hempstead Heath.
I found the other video.
So she isn't by herself too long.
You need to hear this too.
So I'm not around at hers as much, Genevieve's house. But I go past it on my way to the library. So I know when to, so if I know when to expect things, I can take them inside. I don't want to spoil any big surprises for her or open things I shouldn't. She said she has no idea what is coming for her. Just let me help in delivering or anything. She is the best professor I've ever had. If I can give something back to her right now, until her baby is better, just holler.
Elle, go out and come
I'd
back
do
in
anything
again.
to help out Professor Bennett. And thanks for your time, and it's Beatrice Mercier. And then I told her something, you know, what to get, right? And then she says, I got another email from her. She said, I was waiting at her flat, and I just received another package. I will set up the baby bed. Oh, I said to her, could you set up the baby bed when she comes home? Because I was hopeful the baby was coming home, okay? And she was there, she was weak, she had just lost her husband. Could you set up the baby bed, okay? That's what I asked her. Because here was my response. I said, hi, B. I believe she wanted the diapers. I'm not sure why, because in the U.S., the hospitals provide the diapers, but she does want them, and I would assume a package of the water wipes if they are there as well. If a small blue outfit came in a set, I would bring that as well. She told me you were taking Elvis with you. I really don't know when they will be allowed to leave, as they are both running a fever. I am quite worried about them both. There will be quite a few packages coming in the next few days. If you could, I believe tomorrow a bassinet for the baby will be delivered. It will need to be assembled, and perhaps you could do that for her, as she will need something when returning home to put the baby in. I really appreciate your help and wish I could be there with you. She must be very scared, and I can hear that when I speak with her. In the next few days, there will be several baby care items arriving. Things like onesies, sleepers, blankets, hats, baby bath, shampoo. Thank you for taking care of Elvis and doing this. I cannot believe, with all she has had to deal with in her life, and now the baby and her are sick on the death of her husband. I pray this baby turns the corner, because I could not bear for anything to happen to him, as she has been through enough. Thank you again, and you can contact me anytime. Okay, and then her response to me is, I was waiting at her flat and just received another Amazon package. I will set up the baby bed, no problem at all. I did not know her husband died. Now, she said she didn't know her husband died, Beatrice. So now I'm thinking this is not her, because, like, of course, she didn't even tell Beatrice her husband died. I just thought he was sick. I'm so sorry for her. She is very professional and doesn't even like me coming to her house. This is what she said. She's so private, she never wanted anybody in the house, and she didn't even want B to know that her husband died. Okay, well, I think she will be okay with that now, or whatever, but if she wants me to visit her instead of just leaving stuff at the main desk, then tell her I don't mind. I'm so bummed for her, I can't believe it. I hope the baby is okay, and she is. Please ask her if I can do anything. I can bring her a book. She is always reading every time I see her. If she doesn't want a book, I guess, I don't know what to say. I don't think I can picture her being scared or anything other than rocking up to class, clearly being the smartest person in the room. I'm just really sorry. I'll get these things dropped off for her now. I won't intrude in anything or disturb her, and I'll have Elvis as long as she needs me to have him up on Heath. I'll take her swimming too. Please tell her. And then I said, please don't mention. Now, see, I'm worried that I told her something I shouldn't have, that I told B that her husband died and I shouldn't have. I'm worried. So I said, oh, dear Beatrice, please don't tell her that her husband died. I didn't realize you did not know. Please let her tell you on her own terms. I think it would be good for you to see her if you can. I am trying to see her state of mind and if they are being honest with her about the baby's condition. If you do see her, please let me know. Thank you. She says, hello, Carolyn. I'm letting you know that the baby bed arrived and other packages were waiting. I went by last night. They said visitors not allowed other than parents to see Professor Bennett. But she said it was outside visiting hours anyway. Those are only 10 to 11 and 3 to 5. But I went this morning because she asked for a couple of personal items. I was told if she wanted to visit her, then she has to be pre-approve me as a visitor, and I don't feel comfortable asking her that because she hasn't asked me to come see her. So maybe plant that seed in her head, will you? And if you still want me to check on how she's doing, I will continue to stop by for packages. Let me know when everything has arrived. Thank you. Okay, and then she said, also, now this Beatrice said this, one last thing. One of the baby grows, that's what they call the pajamas in UK, on the pack says, just like daddy. Should I take it out and keep it safe, or should I leave it in? So the dog walker's worried that she's going to come home and see this baby layette piece that says, just like daddy, and break down because her husband died. This is how elaborate it is, okay? Should she take it out or leave it in? I said, leave it in. She says, he looks like him. The baby is very sick, so please pray. He is on a respirator. I am so worried. I will mention to her about adding you as a visitor. Thanks for all you are doing, and she really does appreciate it. I am praying the baby gets better. She needs him to get her through this. Then Beat says, hi, I'm sorry to contact you. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, but you asked me to attest to how she may be doing. Well, I dropped her dog off, as she asked, and she wanted me to see her. But in case anything happens, we'd agreed I should still take her out and things like that, and she wasn't there when I dropped off the dog, but she was there when I was going to collect her again to the dog, okay? Only thing is, she was up the street, not outside her house, and she was sat on the floor and sobbing. I asked if she was okay, and I think she said she was lost. She couldn't remember where she was. Now, I don't want to make something out of nothing, because mainly I understand that grief can do strange things, especially as she must have a huge set of emotions overwhelming her. But first, I'm wondering if the baby is okay. Did something happen? Second, I want to keep watch, but I don't want to impose or anything, or do anything drastic, as I think it might just be her having a moment. And the last thing she needs is for me to make a concerned phone call to anyone. If the baby is okay, then I think she's just having a moment of not knowing where the heck she is, what she's doing, and feeling overwhelmed. She probably hasn't slept very much at all either, which I think might be the primary problem. Now, she had done this is the first time, okay, that she became lost. But I see it many other times, which I attributed to the brain tumor or just total trauma. So then she says, anyway, I walked her home and she went to bed. She had to lie down and fell asleep almost instantly. I'm going to head back in an hour to check on her. I think I want to keep an eye on her. Anyway, pick up her dog for more frequent walks, maybe bring her some home-cooked meals. What do you think? I also don't want to crowd her. If she just needs a day to not be okay, it's understandable. I guess just approach with caution and try to be gentle and not like I'm forcing my help on her. I just want to do the right thing and check that the baby is actually okay. Quite nervous to write this to you when I don't know you, and I don't want to open up a can of worms for her that I can't put back in. I think she needs to have some control or feel like she does. I think she is very independent and doesn't like a lot of fuss, so I'm letting you know I'm happy to help her, and I will be keeping an eye on her 100%.
So I said, it is okay. She called me about an hour after you wrote, and she told me she got lost on her way home. She said she woke up in bed, but did not remember how she got there. She told me she called the midwife and was going to ask for something to help her sleep. She said that she had already been at the hospital and they want to try and make arrangements at the chapel and embassy for her husband's body. She claims an Uber dropped her off up the hill and she did not remember where she lived. I am really worried about her. Next she said that she called the midwife and said that she is going to ask her for something to sleep. It sounds weird at this point, but I'm worried that she is not dealing with reality. And now I do not even know what is true and what is not regarding the baby. I am really worried. She said that the midwife came and said it's normal for someone not having family around, but she apparently walked out in the middle of speaking with the baby's doctor. At that point, she said someone reported it and called for a welfare check. They are supposed to get her some support, but she does not know how, and said that the midwife told her to be home from the hospital at 9 p.m. to take a bath and go to bed. I have a bad feeling that she is not processing what is going on, and a scary feeling that something is far worse with the baby than she is letting on, or that he did not make it and she is in a false state of reality. I asked if she had groceries. She did not. I asked if she needed help ordering them, or should I ask you to help? She said she didn't want to put you out. I'm worried she might be taking too much medication if something did happen to the baby. I feel hopeless being here. I am not sure what to do. I told her to call an attorney so he can deal with the death certificate for her husband. The other night, she slipped into thinking her husband was alive again. Yes, that's what she did. That's what she did during labor. She said, "Can you call Alessandro for me? Why isn't he here? I'm so mad at him." And I had to tell her that he died. And she continued this up until recently. Anytime she would have a seizure, she would say, "Where's my husband? Where's my baby? I had a test. Will it hurt the baby?" And I would have to tell her over and over again that her family died, and she would break down, and it put me through unbelievable stress. And she'd do this right before a live or right after, and it was insane. So it is so sad. I said, "Do you have any idea of what we can do? Is there any way you can find out if the baby is alive? He is supposed to be at GOSH Hospital, Grand Ormond Street Hospital. I only have one photo of him from after he was born, and he is in an isolette. Has she ever acted like this before? Thank you for contacting me. I am very worried about her." As I'm going through this, I just got a flashback, and I remember this so incredibly. And I remember sitting on the edge of my bed when I was saying, "Did something happen to the baby? Did something happen to the baby?" Because before I said, "We need to get you a stroller. That's the only thing you need, da 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 da." And I remember, oh my gosh, it just came flooding back. And B says, "I'm so shocked about this. What can I do to help? She really, really looked beside herself earlier, and it made me think that something had happened, which is why I contacted you. Is she supposed to be there now at that hospital? If she is, then I will go to her house and see if she is there. And then we will know if something definitely bad. She isn't herself at all, to my knowledge. She has never acted like this before, and I'm sorry. I don't think it's normal at all to forget where you are and black out. Does she have PTSD or something? I think she is in shock or something. I'm worried for her. Do you think this is the right thing to do? I feel awful talking behind her back, but she needs help, right? So that's all this is. She's worried, that we're talking behind her back. If anything has happened to the baby, then I'll get her the help, or if he isn't too well, I'll try and support her." And know from this.
And I said, I'm so worried that the meeting with the doctor that she walked out of was really bad. And they were telling her something she didn't want to hear. She is supposed to be at the hospital now. Can you please check? Maybe bring some juice, milk, or whatever and check. Why would she walk out of a meeting with the doctor? Her story of going back this afternoon does not make sense. Please check and let me know. Thanks. B writes back, I don't think she went back either. Not the way I found her just up the street. I didn't understand it. I'll go right now. And yes, I'll bring something, a reason to go round. I think she needs to go back and to be admitted to the hospital personally. And then B goes there and says, she's not at home. I tried to call her and didn't get through. I'm going to call the National Health Service direct now and get advice on how to help her and get her help. I sent her a message asking her to call. So this I remember clear as day. I was right on that island. I remember this. She said she couldn't get her. I called. Genevieve Jaybells, whatever her name is, answered the phone. She was hysterical. And I said, what are you doing? Where are you going? Are you going back to the hospital? And she said,
there's no need.
Hold on a minute.
There's no need.
Let me think. Should she call me? Was that, when did she tell me about the respirator? Okay, no. She called me one time before this. When she called me earlier in the day and she said, I had a little scary day. I got lost. I took an Uber. She said much of the same thing. I had to go figure out something with my husband's death certificate, but he dropped me off at the top of a hill. I forgot where I was. I remember collapsing on the sidewalk, and the next thing I know, I was in my bed. And that was her scary day. And she doesn't know how she got into the bed. Well, of course, then I got the letter from B to explain that. But she said something else. I said, how is the baby? She said, oh, they're going to be weaning him off the respirator. They're going to be taking him off. I said, oh, that'll be good. You'll be able to see his face without the tubes. That sounds good. That sounds like a big improvement. And she said, yes. And someone from the state, or I don't know what, dropped off a car seat for the baby. I said, oh, that's wonderful. And then she showed me where the little baby bassinet was set up. She put it next to her bed, and she had a little blanket in it, and she took a picture of it for me. And that is what she did between this. Now then, at this time, she then told me she has a scary thing. The midwife said she walked out of an appointment. Now I'm getting a bad feeling that they told her something bad, and that's what she walked out of. So B says she's not there, so I call her. When I call her, she's hysterical. I said, are you going back to the hospital? And she said to me, there's no need. I said, what do you mean there's no need to go to the hospital? Did something happen to the baby? And she, yes. And I said, the baby died? Yes. That's what you walked out of? Yes. So long story short, she said that they were asked her to sign the papers to take him off of life support because he had an infection of the brain. And her husband, remember, died of encephalitis, right? Infection of the brain. Now she's saying, was it contagious? What did the baby have? But they said you could hold the baby as the baby passes. She couldn't handle it. She ran out of the hospital. At this time, I'm upset at the hospital personnel. Why didn't they go after her? I'm thinking, why would they let this woman walk out of the hospital like this? I'm so upset, right? Because I'm like, she'll never get that time to hold the baby. I'm thinking this is really happening. So she's hysterical. And I said, look, where are you? You have to get to a hospital. She said, there's a hospital over there. Will they take away the pain? I said, you have to go to the hospital. They'll give you something. You have to go. She actually walks into the emergency room, is what she tells me. She's at the kiosk that they have filling out the information. She gets admitted. Then she says, when she calls me back, she says, I'm in a bed. They're giving me something. My milk is coming in. She's crying for her husband. She's crying for the baby. And she says, I want someone from the hospital to talk to. I said, I need to talk to somebody from the hospital. I'll get somebody to call you. Now, she has another number that calls me back. It's the midwife. Her name is Laura. And Laura goes through everything. I mean, every medical detail of what happened to that baby, from his brain swelling to bits of the brain coming through the skull. It was a different voice. It was not her voice. She went through every medical test the baby had. She went through everything. She went through the fact that they did not just let her walk out of that hospital. They followed her, and they saw her collapse on the street, and they saw B take her into the house. And she said, and then I looked in the window, I'll never forget that, she said, and I saw the woman lying on her bed with her hand over into the baby's bassinet. And she said, you know, she's really, really in rough shape, and we're going to give her something, but I think she needs to go to this psychiatric place. And she went to the psychiatric place for like a week after that, and B came by and brought the dog in the garden, and my interactions just kept going back and forth with B, phone calls with Genevieve Jaybells, whatever her name is, Jamie. This is how elaborate this was. And let's see. So I then said to B, very bad news, the baby did not make it. She went to UCLH, that hospital there, and she would need you to bring her phone charger. This is stuff she was telling me, okay? I need B to bring my phone charger. She says it's by her bed. She is very scared and afraid that you will think less of her, so please let her know that you understand. She has been through so much. Thank you. And then B says, okay, I had hoped so much it wasn't the case. I was on my way to the other hospital to find her because I couldn't get any information at all. Heading to hers again. I'll be 30 minutes. Is it A&E? That's the emergency department there, okay? And I, you know, is it A&E? I said the emergency room, and she said yes. And I said yes, and she just asked if you could see her when you come and stay with her because she can't be alone. So now she wants B to come with her and stay with her, okay? And of course B says, I will be there as long as she needs, and the next day and the next. I'm almost there. I brought her some bedclothes, a gown, slippers, a few toiletries. I just want her to be okay. I'll do any official things she needs, make calls, go places. She needs to rest. So I said, oh good, please let me know when you can how she is. They need to get her help. She cannot be alone. I'm afraid that she will do something to end the pain. Also, she wants to keep the baby stuff. That's what she said to me. She said to me, please don't take the baby stuff, it's AJ's. And I said, of course we're not going to take the baby stuff, it's AJ's stuff. And I really thought that she walked out of that meeting and they told her they were taking the baby off life support, and she just couldn't handle it, and she wanted to be a mother because she was 40 years old and her husband was dead, and she tried for 18 years to have this baby. And I thought she went home, and I thought she set up this stuff because that's what she wanted to do for her baby, you know, that she wouldn't maybe never get to do. That's what I thought. So I told her, you know, absolutely. I said, oh, she wants to keep the baby stuff
not real
like
all.
it is. So please don't take it down.
She made B up. B
Thinking
was
that
another
she won't
character.
want to see it.
She wrote
Thank
everything
you so
for
much. And then B says, here, she looks like a ghost. It looks like they have her on an IV or something. I'm just outside right now because they're doing some personal things. They have said she will be admitted, but she isn't yet until they find her a bed, and that could take a while. But after they have done what they're going to do right now, they're going to put her in a side room where it's quiet, and it has a door and not in the cubicle. They are being very gentle with her. She keeps apologizing to me. It's so heartbreaking. She keeps repeating over and over, it's not real, and then she says it is and starts crying.
But she just asked me to hold her hand and don't let it go. So I've just been doing that. They won't tell me anything, but I'm just telling you what I'm overhearing. She seems to be happy enough to have me in the room when they are talking to her, and they ask her if that's okay. As far as I understand, the purpose of tonight is to just give her something to calm her, help her sleep, and numb her a bit. And she will be watched like a hawk. She won't stop shaking, and she has thrown up as well. So they are going to help her breathe and monitor her closely. I said, oh, sad. She keeps apologizing to me too, and this is something Jaybells, Genevieve, Jamie does. She's always apologizing to be a bother, always apologizing. She keeps apologizing to me as well and telling me that I could just hang up and wash my hands of her and these problems. I reassure her that I am here. She wants to hold your hand because she is afraid. In 1 week, she has lost her husband, her son, and her whole life as she had known it. She is afraid you are the closest person to her there, and she needs you. Can you imagine going through this without a family member or anything? She needed this baby to help her heal. It was supposed to be what got her through her husband's death, and then she goes through giving birth alone and on the heels of losing her husband, and then she does not even get to go sit and enjoy an hour with her baby. He is whisked away, and she never got to hold him. They put him on her chest for a moment and then took him away. Absolutely heartbreaking. How will she ever have the will to live? And then I said, hi, B. Laura from the hospital just messaged me and said that Genevieve woke up and is a mess and she needs you to come down. Can you go down there, please? And meanwhile, Genevieve wanted me to take careful notes when I spoke to Laura so that I could tell her how the baby died and everything when she was ready to hear that. So I have a notebook filled of everything that Laura told me. So B says, hi, Carolyn, I only just woke up. I'll go to her right away. And I said, thanks so much. And then I said, how was she today? I spoke with her around 4 p.m. your time, and she was not good. Do you know how long they plan to keep her? And B says, hi, sorry I didn't respond sooner. I completely didn't see your email. She was okay. She actually slept right through until around 10 a.m. today, and then woke up only briefly. Well, to my knowledge, she only woke up briefly when I was there. I wasn't there the whole time. Apparently, though, it's very normal to sleep a lot. Grief is exhausting. She has an IV, so I imagine she will be in again today and tonight. Maybe I'll overhear today what the plan is. If she keeps waking up completely distraught, understandably, then I don't see how she can be sent home just yet. But she can't be removed from reality too long either. So it's a really tough call, but I think sleeping is very good for her right now. And then she said, further to my previous email, I'm not sure how often you guys check in, but she went off to see the baby in the mortuary. She does seem a little calmer this afternoon, weepy but calmer. She looks to be broken, to be honest. Again, I'm just letting you know. And that's what Laura told me, that she had to go back to the hospital to get his death certificate. She actually had to go there in person, and she was going to see the baby, and she dressed the baby and she held the baby. This is all Laura telling me this on the phone with the voice changer, and that it made her feel better. And she was glad she got to hold the baby. And they have pictures that somebody else from the hospital went ahead and just signed the release to get the pictures. They could lose their job, but they figured she wanted, and they put together a really nice keepsake box for her where she could have that. And she was having the baby cremated. And she was stressing because Alessandro supposedly converted to Judaism, and was more religious than even Genevieve Jamie Jaybells was. And she was so worried about having the baby cremated, and she actually made me go through this with her, and I said, you know, pray, search your heart, whatever. So she ended up
Professor contacted
she
me,
cremated the
little
baby.
lady. I believe Loopy Lisa contacted the professor contacted me.
So I said, she told me
She
she
knew.
was going there. I'm not sure how that will go. I wish she would have held him when he was still warm and in the NICU. She feels guilty about that, and now it's going to be very different. His color, body temperature is not going to be what she's expecting. Further, I feel she may not want to leave him. It is absolutely heartbreaking, and there is nothing anyone can do to ease this pain. I'm not sure where she is going after that. Thanks for letting me know. Have you seen her again? And then I said, she said not yet, but she will be going back to the hospital. I think what I may do is go pick up Elvis. There's a courtyard near her ward, so she could sit out with her for a bit. She really loves that dog. She treats her like a human. I wonder if it will just help her to see her and hold her or something. It's so heartbreaking. I really hope she's okay. Such a hard thing to do. And I think she's so brave to do it. But yes, I wish she had been there before with him. So you have to realize that Genevieve was 3 different people with me now. She was Genevieve Jaybells, okay? She was Beatrice Mercier, and she was Laura, the midwife. 3 different people with me at this point. I wonder if it would just help.
Dog's
to see
name was
her and hold
Elva
her or something. It's
Elvis
so
Priscilla
heartbreaking. I really
Presley.
hope she's okay. Such a hard thing to do. I think she's so brave to do it. But yes, I wish she had that before with him. I'll tell her to let you know when she's back. She has a nurse and a religious authority that escorted her, so she can't wander off. And I said, she let me know that it was tough, but at least she got to be his mama for a little bit. She is back in the hospital, and hopefully they are medicating her to let her sleep. I cannot imagine how she's going to go on from this. It's so horrid. Okay, then she said, how is this August? Hold on, this is out of place. Okay, so then I think from that point on, I dealt with Genevieve because Genevieve came home from the hospital and that was it. And Beatrice wasn't needed as a dog walker, and I think she went back to Canada. So the next time I heard from Beatrice was August 28th. Really sorry to disturb you. I was just wondering if you heard from her. She asked for my help today, and I can't get an answer or an email. Sorry to trouble you. This is when, okay, between this, she came to New York for one day. I had a field trip, couldn't see her. We found out that was all a fabrication. That trip didn't exist, even though she gave me an itinerary, and she told me how hard it was. She called me crying that she couldn't stay in the apartment, that she got a hotel room instead. She had to come collect her husband's things that he wanted to be buried with. She had to sign papers with a lawyer. She was getting her husband's salary for a year or something. She had to sign papers where he worked. She had to sign papers so they could cancel that house they bought in upstate New York. That was a very easy thing to do, she said, because he bought that in his name. So his death certificate canceled that out. She did all this, flew back to London, called me from the airport each time, gave me again the itinerary of her flight. Then She came on a Zoom meeting. She showed us the things that she picked up in New York that he would be buried in, these Judaica items. Then she had a planned trip to Numana, Italy, where Sean is from. She showed me pictures, which I'm sure she took when she was there with her husband and with, not her husband. Her husband didn't exist yet. He is a guy that lived there. Well, when she was there with Sean, apparently. She showed me some pictures. She told me she floated in the sea. She told me she picked up some rocks from the beach that she's going to paint. She told me that it was $18,000 to fly her husband there. She had the funeral there. She flew back to London. And then, we were talking back and forth daily. Okay. But now in August, she needs to have another crisis. So Beatrice contacts me and says she doesn't know her. She can't find her. Nobody can find her. I'm calling, I believe it was Casbat at that time. I think Casbat was going to call in a welfare check. And this is when she told me, I'm okay. I do think I'm going to kill myself. I visualize how I will do it, the belt I will use to hang myself with, and I can see myself swinging. And she did all of this stuff, put us through this emotional roller coaster with her, okay? So this bee is trying now to start it up that she can't get a hold of her, okay? And I said, do you know what kind of help she needed? I heard from her a few hours ago. Let me check. She said, I presumed help with her dog. I wouldn't make a fuss, but she hasn't been well. I said, can you hear Elvis? Please call someone if you cannot get in or see her through a window. She said, okay, I'll call her now. I hear Elvis, yes, but her curtains are drawn. So I said a mutual friend, that was Casbat, is calling in a welfare check on her. Now, she says, I've already done it, Beatrice, because they don't want a welfare check on her, so I've already done it. So then she says, I called it off, but I'm outside if she needs. And then she says, I don't want to talk behind her back, but I stayed with her last night. She had a bit of sleep, but lots of crying in her sleep. She had night terrors, I think. I know the doctor that came last night will be coming again in the morning. I have to go to work now. I will come back at lunch and bring her some food again and hopefully walk Elvis. I don't think I'll be able to stay again tonight as I have to work, but I mean, if I'm needed, I'll try to work it out. I think she just needs to not be alone for a little bit. I just wanted you to know where things were at. Thanks for your help. Now, meanwhile, she was talking about coming to New York and staying, and not staying in her apartment because it was too bad, to come stay with me. And then she said September she wanted to come, and then it was October, and then she wanted to come for Thanksgiving, and then she wanted to come in January, and then it was finally February. But January she was so bad with seizures and everything else, I didn't know how she was going to pull out of it. Well, it was a miracle she pulled out of it, not really, because she was never really ill. And she came in February, as you know. Then I said, she's called me, she's in rough shape. So she was really rough on the phone with me. She's losing her mind, right? I said, I told her to go to the door and she is not sure she can. Please try knocking again and I will let her know you called the welfare check off. Okay, so this just went on. Oh no, poor thing. She put on such a brave face for me. Okay, so here's what B says. She says, hi, I was told to update you and let you know that Genevieve is out and awake. I've just been up I've just been updated to say the first part, okay, oh, this is her surgery. She went to a psychiatric ward again, and supposedly she had a benign brain tumor, which she did have a scar on her side of her face, okay, that she had removed in 2017. And then when she was in this psychiatric ward, they somehow did an MRI or a CAT scan because she needed to be followed up all the time, and they thought they saw something, but Genevieve said, what are the chances of that? Losing my husband, losing my son, and then having a brain tumor. So she waited, and then she had the MRI, and of course it was bad news. There was another tumor there, so now she needed a biopsy. So of course, B went to the hospital, and it just happened to be when we were doing a live with the apple cake, because she loved to do things when I was doing something, so to get the attention on her. So now here, this is why she couldn't come in October, because she had to have this biopsy, and she told me not to tell anyone. Don't tell Bella Mount, don't tell Casbat, don't tell anyone. I don't want anyone to know. And then when she got her diagnosis, she had me come on a Zoom where we told Bella Mac and Casbat that she had this horrible, aggressive brain tumor. Pleasure, me coming out there and telling this, and everybody being upset and trying to, and me researching for all these things, and Jimmy researching this. She took great pleasure in this. So this is about the surgery, okay? So this is, hi, I was told to update you and let you know when Genevieve is out and awake, and I've just been updated that the first part of the procedure has been done, and she was going under general anesthesia now and is expected to be out of the theater in an hour. The time is now 9 a.m. GMT. I have been here the whole time, and I'll be here until she wakes up. She cried and cried this morning as they were taking her through. I think she is truly terrified. I'll just be around as much as I'm allowed today, as much as she wants. I'll be in touch once she is out, and I'll have another update. Now, meanwhile, when she got out of this surgery, she started to have seizures, and she would call me up and say, my father's here. He can't get me, can he? I want him to let me go to school. She did this elaborate thing where she was going back. She was a little girl. She was chained up in the garage. She was going to be a good girl. She wanted to go to school. She did all this stuff, and then she snapped out of it, and she said, I'm sorry. I can't believe I did that. Did I talk to you about my father? I'm sorry. I'm such a private person. I don't mean to do this. I'm so sorry. The whole 9 yards. And I am talking with B and talking with her, but I'm really talking to the same person. Okay? This is insane what she put me through. Insane. And I can't tell anyone because she doesn't want anyone to know. Please, please, I don't want them to know I'm saying, please. So I said, oh no, poor thing. She put on such a brave face for me. I know she was too. I think you are wonderful to be there for her. Thank you for so much. She is so lucky to have you there. Please let her know when she gets out. Please let me know when she gets out. Could you tell me more about the way they talked her through it? I am beside myself with worry about her because the tumor is definitely affecting certain things. I am so scared that it is malignant, and I have not wanted to broach that subject, but did they give you any idea of a prognosis if that's the case? And she says she is out of the surgical ITU for recovery. I can't see her yet until she's out of recovery, but they said so far so good. They apparently watch her closely after neurosurgery to monitor any bleeding or change in the pressures inside her head. They did not give any indication as to a prognosis. They talked her through what was going to happen in the morning, the gory details. They said whatever the results when she has her checkup, whatever the results when she has her checkup and receive the results, they will have a plan of action, and they told her not to worry. If I hear anything in passing today that I can pick up on, I will let you know. I said, oh, good to hear she is out. Thank you, and please let me know how she is when you see her. Let her know I'm praying for her and I love her. She said she has come round now, but only just. They said it took a little longer than usual, so I haven't seen her yet. They're just doing some tests and then I can see her. And then I said, have you seen her yet? And then she said, I've just been to see her, yes. She was awake, but barely. She said hi and spoke, so that's good too. I was allowed to be there for 15 minutes, and I can go back in her room, though, soon, and stay if she wants me to. They're running some neuro obs on her every 15 minutes to monitor her for the next few hours. Her head is all bandaged at the moment, but they said that will come off later. Other than that, it's good news. She is okay. I'm so relieved. I was starting to feel nauseated, and she was taking so long to wake up. I said, okay, good. I understand how you felt. I was feeling like that too. She has been through so much. This, on top of everything, seems so cruel. Please let me know how she's doing when you see her again. She is very blessed to have you there. And then B says, it does seem cruel. I was just sat with her. She's picking up, but still has grogginess and a headache, I imagine. She said she would text you when she next wakes up. I said, oh, tell her to rest and not worry about getting back to me. I will be here when she's ready. Thanks again and give her my love. Then B says, I was called in because she had asked for me. They had a complication, but she's okay. She had a minor seizure. It turned out that her tumor had a small bleed post-op. It did not require a surgical intervention, but she has been moved to have closer monitoring throughout the night. She is absolutely fine, though, and doesn't appear to have caused any further symptoms or damage. She is fine. I just wanted you to know that this sometimes happens. It comes back first thing. I'll come back first thing in the morning. Everything is all right. And then she said, I didn't end up leaving, as it happened again. They are contemplating inserting a drain to relieve the pressure from the fluid if the medicine doesn't work. I'll let you know what happens. And then I said, how is she? She said they are just running some tests to let me know to see if the swelling was reduced. Then she said she needs to have the drain to take away the excess fluid, and that should have her back on top. And then I talked to her, and she was so upset about having to go in. And I said, poor thing, was she very upset like the last time? And Beatrice said yes, but she was getting very confused and struggling to comprehend, and she had some breathing difficulties. But they said that was due to the swelling. They are very pleased with the drain, though. It is doing what it is supposed to do, and she will be okay. They said she needs to have as much rest as possible today, and then she should make a full recovery. Forgive my string of messages. I was in a slight panic, but I'm very positive. But they seem very positive now. Okay. I said, that must have been, hi B, that must have been so scary for her and for you. I thank God you were there for her. She's so lucky to have you. I am so worried about her. She is like family to me, and I am so afraid of anything happening to her. I hate that we are far away right now, but so glad you are there. She so appreciates that you are there for her. Please let me know how she is progressing. Thanks so much. And she must be taking just great pleasure that I'm so worried about her, right? And then B says, hi, I was just catching up on sleep. They are very happy with her progress. And in about 2 or so hours, they will reverse the medication to wake her up. Hopefully the seizures or swelling won't have left any damage. I'm sorry. It must be so hard to be so far away. I won't leave her, though. I'm right by her. She can't go through anymore, and she has been through enough. She will be okay. And then she said, correction, they were reversing the medication now, so she could wake up at any time between now and 2 hours. Sorry, I misinformed you before. And I said, okay, I'll be praying it goes well. Thanks so much. And she says she woke up some time ago and had all of her tests and things, and she's still a bit confused and may call you. This is when she started to have the craziness about her father, okay? Please tell me he can't get me. Please tell me he can't get me. She is still a bit confused and may call you. Her speech is a bit jumbled. She went through this whole thing with her speech. I told you what she did with what she would do with the yogurt. It won't let me in. It won't let me in. I'll call you in 2 clocks. I'll call you in 2. She was having great pleasure in this. Her speech is a bit jumbled. They said she will recover, but all of the tests showed she is doing very well, and after some rest she will be just fine. They will keep her monitored to make sure no relapses, but they are very happy with her progress. And she was so private that you don't understand. Throughout this entire time, nearly once a week she was in the hospital for something that I couldn't say anything about. Something dramatic, like her a specialized bracelet she had showing that she had a stroke, okay, and she was brought to the stroke unit. This is what I was going through before and after lives, and sometimes right in between them, because sometimes I had to make calls between the lives, and sometimes I had to wake her up to see if she committed suicide. You have no idea of what she has put me through. No idea. And it was always private. We can't tell anybody because she's such a private person, and there's so much danger that could happen if anyone knew she was alive. Her uncle. She woke up some time ago, okay, and she had all kinds of tests. She's still a bit confused, may call you, she's jumbled, they would keep her monitored, okay. And I said, okay, well, hopefully that is just understandable from the anesthesia and everything else, and things keep getting better. Let me know, and tell her to call me if she's up to it. Thank you. And then B says, I will. I've gone home for a short while to get washed up. She is beside herself and distraught to have to stay in another night. That's another thing. She never wanted to stay in the hospital. And she was always having this major thing happen, and the next day she was home. I feel sorry for her right now. I said I spoke to her, and she sounded rough, and she started crying. However, she wants ice cream, chocolate, or mint. Could you please bring her some? Thanks so much. She was worried about Elvis, but I told her that you were taking care of her. Thanks. So she says, poor thing. Yes, I will bring her both flavors. Elvis is completely taken care of. She hasn't been left alone. She has been with my fiance, but I'm about to walk her. I'll get back to her in about an hour. I think she misses having Elvis next to her. They are pretty inseparable. And I said, thanks, B. You are a sweetheart, and she definitely deserves the ice cream. Hope she gets some rest and feels better when she wakes. So worried about her. So happy you and your fiance are there for her and Elvis. And then I said, please let me know how she is when you get there. And then she said, hi, I'm so sorry. I've been asleep. Was she just on the phone with you? I was next to her when I woke up, and it sounded like she was struggling to breathe. Oh, yeah, she had... I forgot this, yeah, breathing problem. The nurse said she would call her consultant because this happened before when she seized. They are going to change out her nasal cannula for a full face mask, and they are going to give her a neuro exam to check her vital functions and make sure they are okay, swapping, reflex, breathing, etc. And definitely seems more coherent though, less weepy too. I am staying in another night unless she really picks up. I said, yes, she said some weird things and that her breathing did not sound right. Please let me know what they say, because I was not allowed to say anything about what she was saying about her father. Not to anything, not to anyone, not to even B. So Beatrice said, to be clear, predictive took over there. Face mask and swallowing reflex. But how did she appear to you other than some blips? Her moments of clarity are a lot more, and she doesn't fall asleep in the middle of talking now as she was doing. I definitely see progress. Of course, I'll let you know. She hasn't had a seizure or anything and seems peacefully asleep. I hope she has no more nightmares. She wakes up asking someone not to hurt her and saying that she will be a good girl now, over and over. I will ask if there is something they can give her to make her relax a little bit so you can be more peaceful, so she can be more peaceful if that's, so you can be more peaceful if that starts happening again. Okay. And then I said, yeah, she's talking about her father and not to tell him that she likes Halloween so he won't put her in the room, the bad room. She says she wants to go to school, and please don't let him know because he will hurt her and put her in the bad room, and that he did this to her head. First, she told me she did not remember Alessandro's number, and could I call him because she wants him there. I had to remind her by asking her to remember why she went to Italy this summer. That was for the funeral. Then she remembered. Then she did not remember why she was in the hospital. She knew her thoughts were messed up because she cried and asked me if her brain was broken and if she was going to be like a stupid 3-year-old. I told her no, it was normal. I asked if she remembered the seizure, and she did somewhat. I asked if she remembered the brain surgery, the drain surgery, and she did somewhat. She told me about the ice cream, and she wants to go home to see Elvis. She was crying when she called. She thought she was alone. She could not see, and I told her I was sure you were there. She felt better. Poor thing. What do they say about her condition? You realize this is a year and a half. A year and a half that I've been through this, maybe more, maybe it's more than a year and a half. May will be March will be 2 years, but May, when that happened, early May, 2 years. Okay, here we go now. So B says, sounds like some repressed memories of something that's so awful. The consultant has ordered full tests to see what's going on. Her breathing seems fine. Like less hard with the change of the O2 delivery. I'll let you know. I'm sorry she seems so tormented. She just needs to rest peacefully. I'll be in touch ASAP. Then she stopped breathing, only momentarily, and started again on her own. But that was terrifying. They think the procedure itself and subsequent seizure destabilized the tumor momentarily, and all of the symptoms she is having are likely due to the impact of the seizures and the area her tumor is located. The nurse said she has PTSD listed, and some of the things that she is saying is because she is probably triggered by some traumatic event from the past, which again is very common with the area of brain that controls memory. They are confident enough she will be okay and are removing the drain, and then she will be monitored closely all day. I'll have more info when she comes back in an hour or so to run more tests. I said, oh my gosh, I knew something was not good with her breathing. I am so worried. Please update me, and please make sure they are contacting her doctors in New York. Thanks. Her doctors in New York. Then I said, I remember this is clear as day. I was doing a live. There was a weird noise, and I said to her, this is going to sound weird. Is she okay? There was a really weird noise, like a heart monitor that I heard at my house. Can you please check on her? She said she just got really confused and distressed as they were taking the drain out about 10 minutes or so ago. She was crying and asking for you, saying your name over and over. Her heart must have been racing because an alarm sounded, but they gave her something to calm her down. She is just very confused and distressed, I think, right now. Maybe she was giving you an SOS. How strange. I said, you can have her call me now. And now it's 5:53 in the morning, okay? She's going to call me now, and this is what I mean, and be on with me all day, and this is... So I said, she told me the name of where she is. I did not write it down. Some neurological institute. Can you give me the name of the hospital? I want to see if I can get some information on her and talk to the neurologist in New York. Thanks. And now I get this big email from me. Hey, sorry, I stepped out to take care of some things and to eat. When I got back, she said you had a conversation on the phone. So she allowed me to be her NOK, next of kin, so they could disclose more detailed information, because now she wants me to get more detailed information because she doesn't want me calling the hospital, right? She consented, so this is what I have at the moment where things stand. The biopsy itself was successful. The reason they kept her for the night post-procedure was standard practice. That's because sometimes the biopsy procedure can cause the brain itself or the tumor to bleed. This happened to her. It was very minor and recoverable. The bleed was not persistent, and they managed it with medication. The bleed, though, is classed as a brain injury. The doctor explained that the body's reaction to an injury is like swelling, like when you bump your knee, it swells. And that applies to the brain too. But with the brain, even the slightest swelling, it's called elevated intracranial pressure, can cause some scary side effects and have a knock or impact on many aspects of our well-being. He explained that the skull confines the brain, and any swelling will cause problems because the skull doesn't have any give. There's no room allowance for the brain to swell. The weepiness, the confusion, the agitation, the PTSD, the triggering, the memory lapses, some of her fine motor skills were impacted as well. He stresses that despite the significant problems she exhibits, the swelling was very minor and caught early as her pressure was being monitored by equipment. Her problems are intermittent, which means not permanent. That means they expect a full and fast recovery, but she requires rest to do that. More significantly, what happened to her, the most severe symptom was the breathing. He explained that was because the swelling happened to be in the area surrounding her tumor, which is situated in the hippocampus area of the brain. But if you place a mass in a confined area, it displaces other matter and has a knock-on effect on the areas surrounding that. So that is why her speech and language have been impacted. Some of her fine motor skills, but more significantly, one of those areas is responsible for the body's vital functions, swallowing, breathing, etc., the body's basics. That's why this happened. The drain removed the excess fluid that was causing the issues, but the brain takes a while and needs rest to fully recover from this. Some residual symptoms may linger, language and memory issues, but he stresses she is getting the best care. She is being monitored closely, and he thinks to be on the safe side, she should remain in the hospital tonight, even if she makes great strides during the day. Whilst some things appear different about her, it looks far worse than it is. If she had a worse bleed or swelling, then the side effects would be more severe, and they definitely wouldn't be intermittent. They have been very accommodating. She struggles with noise and light, so they have made reasonable adjustments to make her comfortable. Her New York neurologist, is not directly overseeing, but they have an agreement where they share information with him, and so they are fully aware of her medical history in this reciprocal agreement. I think, though, that was everything, although maybe there is something I'm forgetting. I can't think. I made a lot of notes when we spoke, so I think I'm covered everything, but feel free to ask any questions you might want answering to. Okay, I think that is it for now. And then she said, there was something that I forgot. She has been put on corticosteroids. This will help keep the swelling down around the tumor and help with the side effects and symptoms, but they take a little bit to be effective, and this will really see her recover quicker. I hope that is it now, although I feel that there's something I missed. Lots of info. Hopefully it is nothing important. And then she said, hey again, she has been basically asleep most of the day and nothing has happened. I felt a good update for a change. I was supposed to fly back home to Montreal this morning. I managed to switch it out to Sunday instead, but if something goes wrong again, or if it changes, then I will just cancel the whole thing. I can be here and want to be if I am needed for anything, and I owe her so much. But that isn't the reason why I'm here. The consultant comes round to see her at 4 p.m. or so if you have any more questions you want me to ask. I said, okay, thank you so much. Can you ask them when they will get the biopsy results and if there are any preliminary findings? I would also like to know what worst case scenarios, if the tumor is malignant, how will they treat it, and what would be her prognosis? Thank you so much. I just sent an email with a few things. Thanks so much for staying with her. I will talk to you soon. Beatrice says, hello, I have answers to your questions. Some might be alarming, but I'm just dealing with some work stuff. I'll write back very soon. Now, remember that we're having this big apple baking party at this time. Get back from the store. We're ready to go live, and I'm getting this now. She knows this. She knows about the apple baking party. She chose now to deliver this news. Hello again. They haven't been 100% forthcoming with information because they said they truly don't know what they are dealing with until they have the results, which are expected up to 5 working days. She will be telephoned with a notification to come in for an appointment once they have them. They said pressured. Worst case scenario is an aggressive blastoma, stage 4, to which there are treatments to prolong her life, but in 95% of the cases it results in rapid death with a 2-year at best prognosis. They have also said it's inoperable, but she can gain a second opinion, but to operate in their opinion would result in something called quasi-permanent Alzheimer's. It is a malignant, but not, if it is malignant, but not at stage 4 blastoma, then the treatment options can be positive and have great results in an oral chemotherapy regime coupled with targeted radiation. They can't speculate beyond that at this stage. It is wholly dependent on the results of the biopsy, the type of tumor, and grade. I hope this helps and that I have been informative enough. And I said, oh my dear God, this cannot be. Do they feel that this is the case? Did they offer any hope that this is not that? Can you read them at all? Did they talk about a stage 1 or 2? This is just too much to comprehend. And I was a basket case at this point, to which I emailed Casbat and Bella Mack and showed them this email. Okay, and we're all going to go on for an apple baking party. Then I said, did they say glioblastoma? And B says, they honestly don't know if it's the case or not. It was speculation. And they were giving worst case scenarios. There's still a possibility it's a low grade, slow developing tumor. Yes, they mentioned the word glioblastoma, worst case scenario. I hope you're okay. I feel really bad. I just don't know. We don't know until we know, though. I guess I will try to hold on to some positivity if you can. Let me know if there's anything you need. That must have been a lot to take in. I'm sorry. And I said, okay, but there's still a chance it could be a lesser grade. We have to really pray. This has to be the case. And then she said, hi, Genevieve had a great sleep. She woke up occasionally, but she is much better, so much better. Still weepy and has acquired an unfortunate side effect, which she has all night. Genevieve has the hiccups, and she has never ever had them before. Constant hiccups. Luckily, they gave her something to help her sleep, so she still managed to, but she is perfectly mortified by them, and she actually had these hiccups when I spoke with her. They are going to come and to assess her in 45 minutes and see how she is doing. They will also check and see if her results are available as well, in case they are. Then she says, I took her home. She has some painkillers prescribed for a day's worth. They were very stingy. She asked to go for a checkup on Monday. Other than that, she's doing really well despite having those darn hiccups nonstop for about 15 hours now. Poor thing. Not exactly conducive to rest. Elvis has been walked. She has supplies for today. I have to pack for my flight. But if you get worried or don't hear from her today and want me to check, just let me know. She has to take her course of steroids until they run out. And she mentioned about her dad a lot in certain moments. I think she is tormented. Something must have happened and she is probably in some pain there. I hope that subsides for her. Everything must be so relentless. Anything you need, let me know. And if anything happens to her, if you could let me know, I'd really appreciate it. Then she said, just checking in. Is she okay? I haven't had a reply from her. Have you spoken to her at all? Just very nervous to leave the country. I'm happy to help her tonight if she needs it. I just hope something really bad didn't happen. Sorry. I guess I'm not paying enough attention. So I had to have her paranoid. So then she comes back. She responded, sorry for the panic. And I said, sorry, B, I was chatting with her earlier. I just tried calling her, but did not get through. Could she be sleeping, but getting worried myself? Then B said, good afternoon. I'm wondering if there were any news about the results. I understand that you may not be willing to breach her confidence, which is okay. I have not been in much contact with Genevieve. I checked in to ask if she was okay, and she said she was. I just feel in the back of my mind if the results were good, she would have announced that. I am not intending on speaking behind her back, though, but if she had given permission, I'd very much like to know, just so I can keep her in my prayers at least. Thank you. Why can't you keep her in your prayers without knowing, right? So I said the news was not good because Genevieve called me. She didn't know they were going to bring her the results. She had called me. Horrible results, right? The news was not good. Grade 3 anaplastic astrocytoma that they say is inoperable. We have been searching for treatment options. She wanted me to go on Zoom, okay? She found a surgeon in the U.S. at the Mayo Clinic that does have good success operating on these types of tumors. We are waiting to see if she would be a candidate. She has a spinal tap that showed she does not have cancer cells in her spinal fluid, so that is good. She had a blood test that determines the likelihood that she will respond to treatment, and that was good. She is getting flashbacks. She has pain in her head. At times she becomes confused. It is really sad. She is determined to fight, but has bad days when she feels, I imagine, hopeless, frustrated, angry, etc. I cannot imagine losing her after all of this. It's so unfair. She has to beat this. B says, I'm devastated. Everything she has been through, it's unbelievable. If I can do anything at all, I will. Just ask. I'm shocked and speechless. I could just cry. I said, hi, B. Jen may have to go to the hospital. But even if she does, not. She needs someone to walk Elvis this afternoon. Thank you. And she says, yes, I have arranged that for her. Heather will be there. Now we have another person, Heather. Heather will be there between 1 and 3. Is she all right? I have been worried about her. And then she said, I have been told that Elvis has been walked. He has food and water. Let me know if any more help is needed with Elvis or Genevieve. That's the option for her to be taken to. Oh, there's also the option for her to be taken by my helper if she is not back tonight or for a while. Just let me know if there's anything at all. Thanks. Okay, now I said, hi, B. She has been admitted to the hospital. She was dehydrated and running a fever. Again, this is December 29th, right around New Year's. It's all happening. This is last year. This is how long I've been going through this. You have no idea. She has been admitted to the hospital. She was dehydrated and running a fever. I am so worried about her. It appeared she had a scare last night and has had trouble getting her words. This is when she couldn't, the 2 clocks. I can't get in the yogurt. I was spending hours on Zooms, on phone calls, not being able to tell anyone except Jimmy, neglecting myself, neglecting my family, neglecting my life for this farce that she freaking thought was funny, I guess. She has been admitted to the hospital. She was dehydrated and running a fever. I am so worried about her. It appeared she had a seizure last night and had trouble getting her words. She is so scared. I am so scared. At times I think she is trying to protect me. She tells me she is not. That she's being honest with me. We just lost a friend of ours. This is Random Guy Jeff. Random Guy Jeff died, and she effing is doing this. And Random Guy Jeff is praying for her, and she's in the hospital, and I'm talking to him about her. She is ridiculous. She did this because Random Guy Jeff, it's the anniversary. Random Guy, I know you're watching out for us. A year ago, he died on the 28th, today, and she is going into the hospital to compete with that. At times I think she's trying to protect me. She tells me she is not. She's being honest with me. We just lost a friend of ours last night. I'm so scared of losing her. I am so scared of this taking her away, and I mean her mind, who she is, and everything. Not sure I'm even making sense. I think she will need help with Elvis. Please plan on that with this person. She asked me today to check on this. I would say to have your helper take her. Thanks so much. B says, I'm so sorry for your loss. I was shocked when I last saw her. She was very different. It was awful to see the change. I'm sorry, this must be very distressing. She will beat this, though, and come back to us. She just has to. And I'll be on hand to drag her through if I have to. Please don't hesitate to contact me if she needs anything at all. I'm only too happy to help. I think she is a very traumatized person who has had to endure more than most do in a lifetime so far, and that can be challenging to those who love her and to know how best to help her. I think she processes things differently to most people, but has had to. I think she has been hurt so many times that she locks it all away and has such low self-esteem and possibly a history of being made to feel that what she has to say or feel doesn't matter or isn't worth caring about, and that mentally is hard to shake. But it can be made easier with consistent people in her life. I get the impression her husband was the only person she talked to other than work-related conversations. Give her time if she is protecting you. It comes from a place of love. She probably thinks she has very little to give except her consideration to others. I hope this email finds you well and not preacher-like. I think she just deserves nothing but kindness, as I know you do too. Pass on that I'm thinking of her and let her know Elvis would be treated like a queen. Genevieve has to be okay. She has so much still to give, and the world is much better with her in it. I just wish she would see what we see, sometimes because I think she is remarkable. And once again, I'm so very, very sorry for your loss. Remember that Jaybells is writing that. I said the doctor said her brain scan a few weeks ago actually showed she had a stroke. There was a time she fell to the ground and she told me she thought she had a stroke, but they said it was not and sent her home with a cane. Well, I think that's when she had it. They're going to provide her with more support. They're going to start her back on treatment. And there's been times on Zooms where we were doing something, I turn around, I see her chair on the floor, and I see her seizing on the ground, and I'm screaming to her in a Zoom, calling her name while she's having a seizure on the floor in front of me. All fake. They are going to provide her with more support. They are going to start her back on treatment on Wednesday and up the radiation. She is scared of that since she already has effects. She is scared of losing her mind. They set her up with some medical professionals to assist her in various ways. I really hope we get some good news over here. This is so cruel. She has so much left to give and to do in this world. She has suffered so much in her life. I read her your email and we both cried. She was so afraid you did not like her anymore after you told her that you did not want her to be, oh yeah. So she's crying to me that B met up with me and didn't want Genevieve to be her supervisor anymore, so she started crying. So then I shared that with her and said, no, she just feels this way. And then I read her your email, we both cried. She was so afraid you didn't like her anymore and that when you told her you did not want her to be your supervisor anymore, she was so hurt. She felt better the next day when you said something about it, but your email touched her. She thought it was either because you thought she was going to die, that you did not deem her worthy, or like, from what I gathered, we did not deem her worthy or like her. From what I gathered, I assured her that could never be the case. Anyway, I think she felt good hearing the email. Thank you for all you do to help her. I hope you had a Merry Christmas, and let's hope we all have a very happy, healthy, and prosperous New Year. Well, that didn't happen. Thank you for your condolences. And Beatrice says, I'm devastated at the thought of hurting her. It was not what I set out to do. For that, I am very sorry. In fact, I think entirely the opposite. I don't want to add pressure to her. I cried my eyes out at the thought of losing her as my supervisor. She is sought after and only works with a handful of us at a time. It's an honor and holds prestige to earn my doctorate from her. I don't want her to feel compelled. Please accept my apology for hurting your friend. She didn't deserve that. And thank you for telling her it was not the case. Thank you, and I hope you had a nice holiday and wish you every happiness in the coming year. I said I thought that was the case, and I will reiterate that to her. She was happier when she spoke with you the next time after your lunch. I feel so bad for her. She is so scared, and that she's going to lose her mind, her personality, and who she is. She is afraid she will not be able to make new memories. She is afraid of the thought of not having another child and so much more. Thank you for your caring. Let's remember too, she had asked me before the diagnosis of the brain tumor if I would support her go to Manhattan to a fertility clinic where she has 6 frozen embryos from herself and her husband, and if I would go through the in vitro process with her, which I said I would. And she made appointments for that and talked about it endlessly. until the brain took it never stopped. Okay, then B says, hey, Carolyn, how is she doing today? Do we have an idea of how long she's going to be in the hospital? Now Elvis gets sick. Elvis has an upset stomach by all accounts. I don't want to worry Genevieve with that. It may be due to her being nervous about being somewhere. Now she is in good hands, though. I will pray that she keeps her memories and her wonderful mind intact. And I really hope that she gets to have another child one day and make a lot of new memories. Is it possible that she could be stripped of all these things? This is so cruel that it's happening to her. I said she will be in the hospital until at least Wednesday morning. She's in a lot of pain. They will decide Wednesday if she's strong enough to start treatment again. She knows Elvis was not feeling well. She told me that she was having accidents all over the house the day she was home last. She wanted to bring him to the vet, but had to go to the hospital. If he is not any better, I know she would want him seen. Please let me know if he is still sick. So she said, so she's been unwell a few days then? Should I arrange to have her seen? I could get a call-out vet. I have insurance for that via my company, and I have a copy of Elvis's pet insurance that her professor, Sean, pays for in my email somewhere. Should we ask her or tell her? And then Beatrice says, I hope she doesn't have to see the new year in the hospital. I said, I think I should ask her, or you can give her a call. If you cannot reach her, I can try. It is too late tonight, but try to get her seen in the morning. And then B says, I got in touch with her earlier, but she didn't respond. I will make sure she's seen by a vet first thing. Just, if you don't mind being a go-between and checking with her, thanks in advance. Yeah, because I have nothing better to do. That Genevieve, Jaybells, Jamie thinks that I can play this game and go between her as two different freaking people, right? This is when I get really angry when I look at this. She better be okay. There's no way anything can happen to that dog. Thanks in advance. I said, oh, I know. I cannot believe Elvis is sick. This is getting crazy. Then I said, I spoke to her. She said, take Elvis in and she will reimburse you. She said, Elvis is scared of the vet, so he will need a hug and her training treats. Thanks so much. And I said, please let the vet know that Jen saw red blood in Elvis's stool. Then B says, hey, I had her seen by the vet first thing and they have run some tests. They haven't fully come back yet, but I think they said she has an infection of her lower intestines and they say it's very treatable. She just needs some antibiotics, nutrients, and liquids, so she's being taken to the animal hospital, which is attached to the Royal Veterinary College in Camden. And my friend will go back this evening when hopefully she can come out, so she's going to be fine, though it seems. She has her teddy and her blanket that I know Genevieve always sends her to me with. She has all the kinds of comforts. She's being treated like a queen. I hope Genevieve is okay, and Happy New Year to you. I don't even know if anybody's still in this chat. So I said, oh good, I will let her know. Glad it's treatable. That would have been horrific if something was seriously wrong. Remind you that I lost 2 dogs of my own in October and November, and now she's doing more of this right on the heels of losing Jeff and everything else, right? That would be horrific if something was really wrong, was seriously wrong. She could not bear that. Thank you and Happy New Year. And she said, update, Elvis is responding well and he's able to go home tomorrow morning. I said, oh, good, Happy New Year. Then she says, hello, I went to Jen's house to help with Elvis, more to check on her because she didn't ask me. There was no answer. When I let myself in, I found her in the midst of what looked like a seizure. I got more problems because why not? Okay? A grand mal. I'm so worried for her. I want to help her, but at this point, I don't know how. Maybe they are now natural to her, but for an onlooker, I was very concerned. I said, oh wow, she just had one last week on a video chat with me. It was so scary. This was today. I was going to ask. She has been having them often. She had one at a dinner party Friday night and was so upset, and she did do this. I asked her colleagues. She did have a seizure, fake one, at a dinner party with her colleagues. Well, not her colleagues, students that she's in the PhD program with, for the most part. The worst part is when she comes to, she forgets it's not May, and then she thinks her husband is alive and she is pregnant. Do you know how terrible it is to have to break the news to her so many times a week? So many times a week I was telling her that her husband had passed away and her son passed away. How awful it is that she has to go through that shock again and again. What happened? Did she come to when you were there? Did she remember who you were? I'm so scared for her. She just thought this was fun to keep doing this. So B says, she's okay. I hadn't meant for me not to respond. She is fine in the end. It looked terrible, but after a moment or two when she came round, I was worried. I am scared for her overall. I want her to beat this. But so far, I'm seeing her slip away, it seems. I said, hi, do you know if she was okay today? I felt so bad that I couldn't go with her. Oh, no, B's saying this, couldn't go with her to somewhere. I don't know where she went. I have some news, and I'm not wanting to rub it in her face. And remember, this is Jaybells writing this, okay, as Beatrice. I have some news and I'm not wanting to rub it in her face, so I'm figuring out how to tell her that I'm expecting. Today, my partner and I were out of town to tell some of his family. So nervous to tell her, but please let me know how she is. I'll try to see her tomorrow. Hope you're well too. So now, B is pregnant. So I said, hi, I just wanted to touch base with you. Have you seen Jen lately? Hold on a second. I'm going to make this a little, for some reason this font is so small. I just wanted to touch base with you. Have you seen Jen lately? How is she? She's supposed to be flying out here in about 8 days. This was January 29th. In 8 days she was coming out and she was having all of these seizures, all this stuff going on. She's supposed to be flying out here in about 8 days. Now mind you, this is really Genevieve that I'm emailing this to. She's supposed to be flying out here in 8 days. She keeps saying to me, it's okay if you think I should not come, etc. I'm not sure if she's scared and wants me to tell her not to come, or if she is just guarded and does not want to impose. I know she stopped her treatments and is being checked out tomorrow, but before they start her on phase 2. How is she getting around? Have you noticed any other seizures? What did you need to do for her during the one you were there for? I'm so afraid of being out with her and this happening. I did express that to her and she said that she will tell me what to do. I am really scared of her flying with her lowered immune system and this icky stuff. That's what was just starting. I know she wants to come. I am just getting such severe anxiety and would really like to hear from her since you see her up close and personal. Are you going to be caring for Elvis while she is gone? Congratulations on your pregnancy. How far along are you? I hope you're feeling well. Please let me know what you really think about her traveling alone. I'm excited to see her, but so scared at the same time, if that makes sense. Also, she is going for all those tests tomorrow, and she will probably get the results while she is with me. I'm stressed about that too. I also worry about the air pressure in the plane and the flying altitude and how it may affect her head. Wow, sorry for the novel, just trying to gather up as much info as I can. So then she responds, Hi Carolyn, thanks for your email. First of all, I have seen her a bit. I've been worried about her too. But I hate speaking for someone else, but I'll go ahead firstly. Thank you. I'm 23 weeks. Feeling okay too. Anxious and ill-prepared, but excited. I know for a fact she wants to go visit. She sends me a countdown message every day. It's quite sweet. But she has spoke of an anxiety, and that anxiety is she is worried about putting you out or imposing, and she doesn't want you to feel anxious for her arrival or consider her a burden given her medical issues. I believe she is equally as worried, but more for you and not for her. I think her saying to you that she doesn't need to come if it is inconvenient stems from her trying to give you an out and also trying to protect herself and her feelings. If she tells you it's okay, then it's okay. Perhaps she anticipates or picks up on your concerns, but that it's self-preservation and it's less hurtful to her for you to say no if she has posed the question. I have been concerned of her traveling, but I'm not so much right now because she actually has been doing a lot better, it seems. Yeah, she pulled out of this whole thing that she had. Unbelievable, right? Pulled out of it all. She seems more tired now than anything. One thing she has said, and to me it scares the crap out of me, is she has a feeling that the tumor will get the better of her and she will become very sick or treatment options will run out. She thinks it is taking pieces from her every day and she wants to grab some opportunities. I think she thinks it's a now or never and she really wants to see you. I asked her about the flight and she has said the doctors have allowed it. Another thing that actually makes me concerned for the future, maybe they are telling her to live her life. I hope that makes sense. It is not based on any facts. I haven't heard otherwise, just a fear I hold inside. So she's telling me basically, if she doesn't see you now, she may never see you, so you need to have her here. The air pressure I asked about myself, and she gave me a leaflet she was given about it. There were actually a lot of misconceptions surrounding that, and even people who have craniotomies are permitted to fly in as little as 10 days post-surgery, so the flight I'm not concerned about in those terms. She has said, and I've seen the precautions she takes when going out in the city, and I believe tomorrow is the ultimate assessment which will grant her a fitness to fly certificate. So I imagine if they have concerns over this, they will not grant her the certificate. Just maintain a religious washing of the hands and antibacterial when she is around public. I know the last thing she would want is to be an inconvenience or a source of anxiety to you, and I think those anxieties you've shared with me will fade away once you've actually seen her. Of course, because she's fine. Her seizures are more frightening to see than they actually are, but I think they're becoming less frequent, of course. If you need further advice on what to expect, then feel free to ask. I'll give you my experience and what I've looked up since then. Ultimately, you can tell her no, that's okay. She is a very understanding person. I think the thought of going has helped her, and I think what she may get from the visit will spur her through the next round. So you could say no, but I think this visit has been the thing that's helped her, and I think it's going to take her through the next round of treatment, but you can say no and be a jerk. I would say life is short, and if this goes ahead, then embrace it, savor it, enjoy it, make some very lasting and happy memories. She may not live forever and may not live much longer. I'm not being pessimistic, but I'm advising you to seize the moment and opportunity. I think she will be okay. I think it will do her more good than anything else, and I think she deserves not to be so alone and isolated for a short time. But I truly understand your concern, and I will help in any way I can to ease or inform. But she is lovely, and she will understand if it seems too much, and she will still be there. I have Elvis. I'm quite looking forward to it. She is a pleasure. Please ask me anything if I can answer. I will do or help you find out. I so hope this was helpful. I said, thanks so much, B. That makes me feel better. I know I'm having some anxiety, and my husband is encouraging me to embrace it as you are. I am sure it will be fine, and we will have a good time. I tend to stress myself out, and then it ends up fine. Have you seen her have seizures other than the one you mentioned? Is she still using a cane to get around? Do you go around every day to walk Elvis, or is she doing that herself? I think we will know more tomorrow if anything happened. I know I would regret not visiting with her. I know how badly she wants to come back to New York. She does seem better, and I think she stopped the oral chemo as well as the radiation. That is probably making her feel better. Okay. Oh, wow. You are more than halfway there. I thought you just found out. I'm talking about the pregnancy now. That is wonderful. How has Jen been about it? She seemed very happy for you. Best wishes for a smooth pregnancy and an easy delivery and a healthy baby. Are you delivering in the UK? If so, please demand they give you a test for Group B Strep at 38 weeks. If Jen had that, AJ would be here. I wonder what things would have been like had he been okay. Well, thanks again for all you do and for her and Elvis. I know she is very glad that you're able to look after Elvis while she is away. B says, I think you'll have a great time. And when I think about it, you're the closest she has to family. And when someone is sick like this or grieving like this, they should be around family. I think to me, the worries are outweighed by the fact that she has no quality of life right now. She has done this, all of this completely by herself and alone whilst grieving. And I will relax myself knowing she isn't alone for a while. I know you have been there and supported her, and I know that, but I think this would be good for her, and I truly do think you will enjoy it, and you can do things. She knows how to listen to her body. If you go out places, she may just have a sleep on the journey, but don't be afraid to do things and go anywhere. And I know she would never want to worry you. That's a source of anxiety for her. I hope you understand I meant seize the day and not cease. How embarrassing, an error in my last email. So she is weaker than she once was and has some issues. She doesn't walk with a cane, but it comes out from time to time to steady her. It folds away and she carries it with her. She's been walking Elvis herself the past few days, so I haven't seen her. There are some things she misplaces, words, a lot of uses, the wrong words for things when she does think of them. She may take longer to think about things before doing them as she is figuring out the basic tasks. For example, last we saw her leaving the house. She knew something wasn't right, but she couldn't think. She said she needed shoes or had forgotten how to put them on, but she did so quickly after that. I have only seen her have one seizure. My partner works here in the UK for at least the next year or so, so I have to deliver here. I gave the wrong impression. It was more that I didn't know how to tell Genevieve, and it was getting harder to hide. I will demand the checks. She has been lovely, but I know it's hard on her. But she has told me not to hold back, even though I definitely am. It seems cruel and unfair to go on about it in front of her. Sorry for the length. I'm very happy that she will have some happiness if she goes. I hope she does. I don't think she is a walking risk, though. I think she will get some chance to relax and let go and be around people who care. It will help her. I hope I've answered the things you've asked. Take care, and the very best of wishes to you. Don't hesitate if there is anything else. Okay, then I said, hi, B. Today, Jen had to go for a battery of tests. She was supposed to get her fit to fly letter as well. Hours prior to her going, she was good. We talked on the phone for a while about her coming here. She thought she had to be there at 2:30, yet when I texted her to see how it all went, her writing was all strung together. This is something she does when she supposedly has a seizure, but it's the way she writes to Sean all the time. There are no spaces between her words. They are all strung together. And I'm noticing she does that after having a seizure. And then she texted me asking if it was okay if you have an MRI when pregnant, okay? And would it hurt the baby? I called her and she spoke to me about the tests, but it did not seem like she understood why she was there. Apparently her appointment had been for 12 noon, and they called her about being a no-show. She then rushed down and she said they put her through all the scans and tests. She did not even mention the fit to fly letter or anything else about the trip. She asked me if it was okay to have an MRI when pregnant, and she needed me to look it up to see if it could hurt the baby because the hospital was not telling her. I asked if she meant future fertility, and she said no. This is a one-time thing. I just want to make sure. I will look it up or to that effect. I then asked if she had a seizure, and she said that yes, she did and feels like they induced one almost. She and I talked, and I mentioned it was January 30th, and she asked me what year it was, and I told her 2020. And then she was in disbelief, so she started searching for her diary. She thought it was March of 2019, which was different, and that March of 2019 is ironically when she started writing to me, which was different as she thinks it's always May of 2019. She did not ask me at all about Alessandro. She usually does. And then she read her diary and she snapped out of it. She apologized profusely and asked me if we could erase the seizure from the countdown of not having them because they did this to her. I did not even realize we had a seizure countdown, and I thought it was strange she did not mention the trip at all. She only mentioned the ticket in regard to buying it instead of a guitar. The doorbell rang, and it was a delivery of a pizza that she did not even remember ordering. I let her go to eat, but really worried about her. She seems really out of it. She was telling me about all kinds of fine needle aspirations she had today in various places, and I'm so very confused. She did not seem to know why or where they were doing them. Now I am wondering if she was really at the hospital at all. She mentioned seeing so many people she did not know. It was so weird. Have you spoken to her today? I know she said she gave Elvis a bath and cut her hair yesterday. I hope she's okay. I heard Elvis barking at times. Not sure if that's because of the pizza delivery person had been there for a while. I am really rambling here. I apologize. But this was so strange. Trying to find where this is. Okay. So Beatrice says, I'll do one of my spontaneous surprise visits to see if she needs anything from the store, and I'll check on her. If she was a bit confused in talking to you, she may have played it down so she wouldn't cause concern. I've noticed that when she isn't as lucid, you need to ask her direct questions to prompt her, or she knows what to say. I'll go round and see. I'm only a few blocks away. I hope she's okay too. This is just quick because I have to get in the car and drive somewhere. She's okay. When I got there, she had definitely been crying, but she explained it well. She is on the edge. I think she will call to explain. She mentioned she doesn't want to take up your time. Really? You don't want to take up my time? That's all you do. I have to jet off, but she is okay, and I think she just had a tough day. She will tell you. I told her not to protect you, just for her to be herself, and it comes when anything comes up, she doesn't have to hide from you. So I said, okay, thanks. And then she came to my house. When she got home, she had to go for another surgery. That was February 28th. And B tells me, hey, Carolyn, I hope you're doing okay today. I have been told to let you know that Genevieve is out of surgery and in recovery. It took approximately 5.5 hours. I'll let you know when I hear more, but they said it went well. I hope you haven't been too nervous as I have. All the best.
Said, hi, B, thanks so much. She actually texted me herself, so this is great. She said she was scared she would not wake up. I know it is so nerve-wracking. We had a good visit, by the way. She did well, even though they called her with the news of the tumor on or near her spine. We even went on a trip to visit a resort that is now defunct that she went to as a little girl. She never went there as a little girl. We walked around the ruins, and she even went on a bridge that was over the old pool. She was so happy. She did not want to leave. We told her she could stay. Doctor said she needed to have the biopsy there, even if she chooses to come to the U.S. for treatment. I hope they were able to get it all out. Please let me know when you hear more. Thanks again, and please give her my love. Hope you and the baby are doing well. Thanks so much for taking care of her. Then B says, that was music to my ears. I'm so glad she had a wonderful time. Isn't she such an easy person to be around? That's the same thing Genevieve said. She wants to know that because then she's duping and she loves it. It's a feather in her cap. Isn't she just such an easy person to be around? I hope she has photos. They haven't given me the full brief, and the surgeon will be speaking with her first thing in the morning to give her the lowdown. I said I'd be there for that too, but they said it was successful, so I would think that's a good sign. Me and the baby are doing fine. Thanks so much for asking. If I hear anything else, I'll be in touch. I said, yes, I have photos and videos. I have to get that video up. She had some bad pain where I thought I would need to take her to the hospital, but I remembered my husband had shoulder surgery a few years ago and had never used the pain meds. They were a lifesaver for her, and then we stocked her up with over-the-counter pain relievers that she can't get in London. She was stoked about that. She is very nice to be around, and we hit it off quite well. That is good that they said that and that you will be there in the morning. She has been texting. Thanks again. B says the consultant said they got it all out. This was on her spine, another tumor, okay? And they were checking her nerves today. She has some lack of sensation and she's in a lot of pain, but they needed her to be so they can access her movements and her motor skills at that point. They won't keep her in pain, but it's tough to watch that right now and not to be able to help. She should have some relief soon. She should have some relief, okay. I said, wonderful news about getting it all out. Sorry she is in so much pain. Hopefully she is being treated for that by now. Thank you for the update. Send her my love. She said, I've sent her your love. She's not doing well. So she's heavily medicated. She may be in a few more days longer than planned unless she picks up sooner. She'll be okay, just fine. It's a struggle right now. I said, oh wow, can you elaborate by not doing too well? I tried to contact her by phone. I have texted with her very little. I am out of the loop. Thank you. She said, when I left her the evening, she was asleep, but not doing well. She was weepy and uncomfortable. She wanted the drugs, but didn't like the feeling of being drugged, she said. So it was a battle on general to be more comfortable. I'm sure when she's awake, she would love to hear from you. I hope that answered your questions. If not, let me know. And then she said, when I left this evening, she was asleep, but not doing well. She was weepy and uncomfortable. She wanted, hold on a minute. Oh, hold on, that's what I just read. Okay. And then let's see if there's anything else. That was it. That was March 1st. Okay. Then I spoke to Jen from that point, and it was that we didn't have another dog walker or a go-between. It was her and I throughout the other hospital visits. And then, of course, what happened to me in May. And then guess what? 10 days after Ray passed, she calls me and says, I think I have a sign. I'm pregnant. How are you pregnant?
from a work colleague. I don't want you to think bad of me. It was just something that happened when I got back from your house, and then I thought so, and I bought 3 tests, and they came, and they're all positive, and I'm 15 weeks along. She goes, he has an ultrasound. She's all happy. She shows me the guy's picture. I met with the guy last night. He was stunned that he was the father since he's gay and has never had a relationship with her. But nonetheless, he was the father. He was from Ireland. Not true either. Okay, so then she has me going through this whole thing, seeing if she could carry this baby, wanting to come back to the United States, for them saying they would have to take the baby at about, I don't know what she said, 32 weeks. Well, she was 15 weeks. We just had to get through, 17 weeks. It was crazy. It was crazy. We went through that whole thing, and then within a couple of weeks, she calls me up and she says she lost the baby. She's inconsolable. That Loopy Lisa had stopped there with a partner, but little bit unbeknownst to me, she had told Loopy Lisa a totally different story. Now remember, she told Loopy Lisa I couldn't stand her, that I hated her, so that Loopy Lisa would never talk to me and she could have 2 different versions of the story. She told Loopy Lisa that she was having an abortion. And could Loopy Lisa and her partner Nick come out there and support her, even during the Icky's time? And they did that. And it was all a farce. She wasn't pregnant. She didn't miscarry. She did not have an abortion. This is why I think she made a point of telling me she got her period when she was at my house. I do not believe she had it then. This was so contrived. But I don't know. I hope this gives you a better, this is still little. You don't see what I'm going through with her in text messages and phone calls. You have no idea of that. That's going on between this and what she has been doing. And this is constant. Every couple of days, there is a crisis. Every couple of days, there is a crisis. She's buying houses 5 minutes from me. Could I go down? Could I look at them? Could I get in touch with the realtor? She's a very attractive out-of-state buyer. She would go and say the same things. I thought something was mentally wrong with her. It was just... I'm trying to see where we are because I don't even see where the chat is. I can't see the live stream anymore. Hang on. Okay, so I don't even know if anyone is here. Let me see if I can see. Okay, you guys are here. Well, 1,057 are here. So just so you guys understand, now if anybody is here, because I don't know if Sean is here, if Sean wants to call in or anything and has anything to add, if any of her other people that were in that meeting are here, let me know. This has been nuts. And that she did this even when my son passed away and didn't even let me grieve. She continued this and continued this. And so when I would say to you guys, you don't know what I'm going through between these lives because I was not allowed to tell. So besides my own grief, besides my own family, besides everything else, this is why I couldn't check emails. This is why this was insane. Insane what I was going through. Sean, S-I-A-N, Sean, yes. So it's just crazy. And it's just such a violation. So, did anybody want to call in and add anything to this? What Zoom call? What Zoom call is? Sean came on the program last night. So that we had to worry about that, pray about that, call her on the phone, and she had to be part of that. Sean's partner, she's still a bit shaken and really has to go to work today. She doesn't really feel like joining. Okay, thanks, Wilfred. I know that you watch this from, gosh, I know that it caused your family a great deal of stress, so I think you know exactly what she did to Sean, what she did to me is just, it's beyond draining, right? And with Sean working there, she was with her like 4 days a week sometime, and she had, once Sean let her go, that's when she went off the rails on me. No, she's not in America. She's in the UK. She would always have something, you know, she had this project with Chris Watts, this project that she got approved for. Anything to get my attention, anything. She was jealous of my speaking with Sandra and Frank Rusak, because remember, she told me she had been speaking with Sandra and Frank Rusak, and that was a lie, and she was terrified I was going to find out. So she told me that, remember, they can't tell me because she signed an NDA with them. Moonchild Pink, no. You see, you say, Carolyn, please don't allow this to ruin your... No, I won't. I yelled at her last night when I confronted her, and I said, you know, shame on you for what you did to this community that we worked so hard to build here. You wanted to destroy it. You wanted to smack it down, make people resentful of anybody that comes, make people skeptical. You wanted to ruin that. And I can't believe you did that. I said, but you're not going to. You're not going to do that. Yeah, when we went to get the flying squirrel, she told us she was having an emergency surgery for a brain aneurysm while I was with Scooter and Caroline, so that we had to worry about that, pray about that, call her on the phone, and she had to be part of that. No, Marcy Lynn, I think this was the first YouTube experience she has, but she conned people in person, like Sean, for over almost, what, 5 years? Yeah. No, I think this was her first online con. Yeah. She did it in real life, too. She did it very well in real life. There were like 11 people on there that she did it in real life, too. Right, Mommy, for the win, exactly. That she'd been following me for a long time, and I saw the Instant Pot things and the Hot Wheel things with the kids and this and that. Yes, she was removed. She was removed as a moderator. She was removed from Slack. Yes. Right, and then they postponed the emergency surgery after all that, right? So we could worry another day, another few days. No one on here should accept her calls. She rented space. Yes, prayed for her every single day. Jimmy's like, give me back my prayers. Jimmy was devastated. My kids were devastated. My kids are still devastated. I told you what Luke is doing. He's saying that is someone to get her the help she needs, because he heard her say, Lisa, where can I go for help? I don't want to be like this. I need help. I'm losing everything. And he said, if you don't get her help, she'll just do this to someone else. And this poor kid, like I said, is so worried, and she could have given a flying F when she saw them. And I thinking that she's going to think, like, because I'm thinking like a normal person, like if a normal person did something to destroy a friendship like this, and that the family that she was so close to, when she would see the little kids walk, her heart would break. But Jaybells didn't break, okay? And I honestly thought if she saw the kids, it was going to break her heart. But it didn't. It didn't. And I can't even comprehend it. Because I'm thinking like a normal person. Like a normal person, if a normal person lost a real friendship with the family they loved, especially when they see the little kids, their heart would break and they would cry and they would say, I'll do anything to get that back, whatever it is. But she wasn't like that. And both of my kids are saying, like, so you're not friends anymore? They can't understand what she did. And Luke just wants her to get help, because he says if she doesn't have help, she's going to do this to someone else. And he gave her his monkey. And the thing that bothers me is she made sure to show me that monkey sitting on the shelf. And to her, it was a trophy. It was a trophy as how good her acting was. Her acting was that good that this little boy gave her his monkey because he loved her, and he felt bad for her because she was so sick, and because she didn't have a baby anymore, and she didn't have a husband. And she put that monkey on the shelf and sent me a picture. I'm going to put the number in Slack if anybody wants to come on. Oh, I've got to move this over here because of the, the what that shows the freaking thing. Oh yes, and don't forget, she took the memory book. The memory book. After Ray died, she took control of all the things and told everybody not to do anything for me because I would get bad press. It's exactly what she said. I didn't want you to get bad press.
And so instead, she told the moderators, don't do anything. Don't do flowers. Don't give money. Don't do anything. Nothing. She goes, because she'll get bad press. We're going to do a memory book. And I'm going to collect these messages from all of the people, and then we're going to put it in a book. And she sat there during that confession saying all these people's names that she got these most beautiful messages about. And I have never seen any of them because it just, according to her, never got off the ground. Never got off the ground, but I have these beautiful messages. Beautiful messages. But I was just thinking of you, Carolyn. I didn't think anybody should do anything for you because they could say that you made money and you got gifts and people gave you things over your son's death, and it would be bad press. And I didn't want you to have bad press. That's what she said. We didn't want you to have bad press. I was just thinking of you. In hindsight, it was a terrible thing. But I was just thinking of you. No, she wasn't. She wanted to have full control of everything, and she wanted all attention and everything on her. And so she has these messages. I don't even know how many people sent her the messages. She was rattling off some names and about their beautiful messages, but I never received any of them. Never. For this memory book that she was making, never. Nothing. Oh, and this one sent it. Oh, this one sent it, and this one sent it, and this one sent it. But it just never got off the ground. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, tomorrow we will continue with this because we still haven't gotten to the part where we met her family. I found that video, and we have a whole video on meeting her family. So, yeah, we'll talk about that tomorrow. Let's do a word game to clear our minds. Wow. That should be there. Wow, this is crazy. I can't think who this is now. What is this? I have been able. No, she never sent me anything. Scooter, nothing. And Carolyn, when you look back at it now, what was the first time you thought, this is not right? There is something really wrong with her. When I guess Sean was telling her that if she doesn't tell us what's going on, she's going to tell, she started to act really, really crazy. That's when she started to demand so much time and wanted these off-camera Zooms, because we didn't have like a Zoom running 24/7. So it's like, okay, Scooter, Lisa, this is blah, blah, blah. It's all going to come. And we're going to do crafts all day long. We're going to have carols and have Coco. And I know you have a lot to do, Carolyn, but you can run around. You can run around. You can decorate your tree. You just take your camera on your phone so we can see what you're doing. But I'm like, she doesn't understand that I've got to do lives after this. And I have to do this after this. And she doesn't understand that. It was crazy. And no matter how much time I would give her, it wasn't enough. And I was really growing really tired because it was too much. Something was wrong. And then she said, when I noticed something, like when she wanted to buy that house by me, I knew something was wrong. But I thought, okay, because she said she was getting vascular dementia. So a lot of things with her mind, I would say, it's wishful thinking. She wants to do that. She can't do that. Or she wants to keep me on the phone. She's lonely. She just started to act weirder and weirder, but you didn't know whether it was her mind or what. Like, it was just, but I had this terrible feeling because she was such a drain on me. And that's what I'm saying. And then I'd feel terrible and be like, Carolyn, my gosh, this is your friend and she's not doing well, But yeah, but it's just crazy.
That was ridiculous. Yes, she was a friend at one point. She did. Yeah, we did. That's one of the things Scooter asked her. Yes, that's what Loopy Lisa said. We would have liked you. You were fun to be around. You were good. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to make up this stuff. Why? Why did you do this? Gotta make a bunch of calls tomorrow. Oh my gosh. Is tomorrow the 13th? No, tomorrow's the 12th. Good. Got a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow. Did she come on her sick at first? She came on here to give me adoption advice. Remember about that one case, and then after that, her husband died. Then her baby died. Then she was sick. Remember? Oh my goodness. Me, George Ditson. Okay, I gotta go to bed though. Love. I think I have love, don't I? Oh, you're right. We all need a little love. Thank you, Victoria. That's a good word to end on. That's a good word to end on. All right. I love you guys. God bless. Prayers. Thank you for watching and have a nice day. Please give this a thumbs up. Share it out so that if anybody knows this woman is being scammed by this woman, they can contact me. My email is there, but it's carolyn@truecrimechat.org. Love you guys. I'm so tired. All right. Take care. God bless. Prayers.